Everybody is here. Is the vice mayor here? Not yet.
No, I do not see her yet.
Andrea, can you reach out to her to see if she's having problems logging on? I had problems earlier, so I definitely empathize with anybody having problems getting on.
She is working on it right now. I'm on the telephone with her.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had problems yesterday. Everything was working till about 3 o'clock, and then my internet went down, and I went to the office. It was kind of, so I worry. I was in the office this morning, and then I came home tonight for this meeting, and I was like, fingers crossed.
And yesterday was the rainstorm, I think, too. A lot of
the Halloween bugaboos that we were all having. So anyway, so I'm hoping it holds up, but I have my hotspot as a backup as well. So anyway.
Okay, if you can bear with us, Vice Mayor Enander is having some technical difficulties. I'm going to try to assist her, so just give us a second, please.
no problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. Is everybody ready? Thumbs up? Okay, thank you. Andrea, have you started the recording?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I will call the Los Altos City Council regular meeting of Tuesday, October 26th, 2021 to order at 7:07 p.m. I hope everybody's doing well and survived the rainstorms over the weekend. If there are residents listening, please know that our city has sandbags. So if you need a sandbag for free, please contact City Hall and they'll arrange for you to get a sandbag. Before we move to establishing quorum, I would like to read a note to explain how Vice Mayor Enander will be participating in this evening's meeting. In order to accommodate Vice Mayor Enander during tonight's meeting, she will be emailing her questions and comments to the city clerk, who will then read them into the record. These emails will be made part of the public record. And with that, City Clerk, can you please call the roll and establish quorum?
Yes. Councilmember Lee Ing,
Here.
Councilmember Meadows,
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Enander, I see her. She's raising her hand. And Mayor Fliger.
Here.
Thank you. All members of the council are present.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and Councilmember Lee Eng has graciously agreed to lead us in the pledge. So if everybody could please go on mute so we can have the council member lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Eng. Next, we will move on to report on closed session, and I have one item to report out of our closed session today. During our closed session, the council directed the city manager to schedule a special meeting for Tuesday, November 2nd at 7 p.m. and place on the agenda a settlement agreement between the City of Los Altos and 40 Main LLC for the city to consider for approval. The meeting notice and the settlement agreement, I think I ran into that one, settlement agreement, will be made available to the public tomorrow morning. That is Wednesday, October 27th. Thank you. Next, we'll move to changes to the order of the agenda. And I see Councilmember Weinberg, I do see your hand raised, but going forward, I am going to ask council members to please use the virtual hand because there are a lot of rectangles on my screen, but I do see your hand, Councilmember Weinberg, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I propose that we consider item 5 in front of item 3. Given the number of people that are here tonight, I believe on item 5.
So Councilmember Weinberg, I understand the reason for your suggestion. 2 reasons why I will suggest that we do not do that. Or practice is to have public hearings before discussion items. And item number 4, which is the Senate Bill 1383, that should be a quick item. And so it's the opposite of what you're referring to, which is because we expect item number 4 to be quick, we can have our staff and consultant leave and not have to sit through the longer item, which is anticipated for item number 5. I will say I worked with the city manager and we discussed how to arrange these items, and we thought this was the best order. Thank you. Any other requests to change the order of the agenda? Okay, seeing no virtual hands. Before we move to public comments on items not on the agenda, I would like to read and remind our residents and members of the public how to submit written public comments to the city to have it included in our city packet. And what I am about to read is actually on the written notice that goes out with our agenda, but we could always use reminders. So I'll quickly read it. To submit written comments prior to a council meeting on matters listed on the agenda, please email public comment, one word, at losaltosca.gov with the subject line of the item and the item number and the meeting date. Email sent to that address will also go to our city council members. Correspondence submitted in hard copy must be received by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting to ensure it can be distributed prior to the meeting. Correspondence received prior to the meeting will be included in the public record. If the written communication is received after 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting, there's no guarantee that it will be included in the packet before the meeting, but our city clerk will make sure that it's still a part of the public record. We also post our agenda several days before a meeting, and depending on the public comments we receive by that date, those letters and written communication will be uploaded along with the agenda on that day. But again, if you submit your written public comments by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting, they will get uploaded before the meeting starts. So thanks everybody who submits written comments, and I hope that reminder was helpful. Councilmember Lee Eng, go ahead.
So just to clarify, Mayor, those emails that have been coming to all the Los Altos City Council members that go to council@losaltosca.gov, will those be posted on the agenda? Because I think we're getting emails on that. And then people are assuming that that will also go on to the agenda items that it's pertaining to, but they're not seeing it. So just to clarify that, those emails.
So there's no guarantee that the emails that are sent directly to the council email address will make it over to the city clerk by 2 p.m. So the best email address to use to guarantee that it becomes part of the packet before our meeting tonight is the public comment email. If you send it to the council email, yes, the city manager is part of that group and he will forward it on to the city clerk, and she will upload it as part of the packet as soon as possible. But again, the only way to guarantee that it will be part of the packet is to send it to the designated email address of public comment at losaltosca.gov. Thanks, Councilmember Leung, and thanks for raising.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So with that, we will move on to public comments on items not on the agenda. City Clerk, do we have any hands raised?
Yes, we have, looks like one hand raised, and that is Roberta.
So let's give Roberta 3 minutes.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. You can hear me?
Yes.
So I just wanted to say how really disappointed I was in several of the council members who voted for the center policy. Mayor Flyger said that it was not intended, and this is a quote, to be punitive. Yet the whole text is how to admonish and how to punish council members. I think it was very disrespectful of the council not to listen to the residents. 95% of the letters that you received did not want a central policy. Yet a handful of people who repeatedly called over and over and over and over again to criticize Lynette were the same exact people who wanted to have a center. Very insulting to the residents to try to change the name to an accountability policy, because, like I said, the entire text is all about admonishing and punishing. So changing the name is a whitewash. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. So I just want to express how disappointed and disrespectful a large group of residents felt about what happened over the central policy. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta. Do we have any other members of the public, City Clerk?
No.
Thank you. So then we will move on to the consent calendar. We have 2 items on the consent calendar. So I'll look to my colleagues to see if anyone wants to pull an item, or I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. Councilmember Weinberg.
Move to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilmember Weinberg, Councilmember Meadows,
Second.
and seconded by Councilmember Meadows. Before we vote on this motion, City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on the consent calendar?
No,
Okay.
Madam Mayor. No, Madam Mayor, I do not see any members of the public wishing to comment.
Thank you. So I will bring it back to council, and before we go to a vote, I see Councilmember Lee Eng with her hand raised.
I just had a quick question about agenda item 2 before I decide that if it needs to be pulled. My question would be, I wanted to be sure that I appreciate that the city manager updating the schedule of fees or the numbers and correcting the document on this agenda item. But my question is, are there any outstanding claims from any parties, whether it's the architect, Nova, FFEs, or the contractors that we need to be aware of? I just want to be sure that if we're going to approve that, I want to make sure there are no outstanding claims that we need to be made aware of. And now's the time for us to know.
Okay, I see Mr. Sandoval has turned on his video. I do think it's a very narrow question, so I will have Mr. Sandoval respond, but this really should not turn into a discussion. So go ahead, Mr. Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Liang. To date, there are no claims from subcontractors, and that is the purpose of the 30-day waiting period after the notice of completion is approved. There's a 30-day wait period that allows subcontractors to submit any claims before it's certified by the county.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval.
Thank you. I'm comfortable moving forward.
Wonderful. So we have the motion seconded. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Enander, if you will shake your head, yes. She's indicating yes, so that motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. So we will move to the public hearings, and we have one public hearing for this meeting, which is the Packard Foundation 374 2nd Street hearing. And so if you can hear my gavel, I will open the public hearing, and then we will follow the normal process where staff will present. And if the applicant, and I don't see the applicant on my screen, I don't know if he needs to be promoted. but I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and turn it over to staff, Mr. Golden, to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, council members. We do have 3 members representing the foundation, Craig Naiman, Ryan Martini, and Dalida. So if they can be promoted while I give my presentation, that'd be helpful. I'm gonna stop my video because I also have some technology problems and sometimes my computer freezes up while sharing my screen and my video at the same time. So let me share my screen here. So this is a design review application for the the David and Lucille Packard Foundation for their parking lot modification and carport installation on 2nd Street. The site is on the south side of 2nd Street. It consists of 5 lots. It is about 35,500 square feet. And it's in a commercial downtown zoning district. Again, the parking lot is owned and used by the Packard Foundation, which is directly across the street at 343 2nd Street, which is indicated on this aerial photo and map. This is the site as it appeared in 2010 when the Packard Foundation project was proposed at that time and initiated the larger development of the property. And it has substantially remained the same since then. The parking lot areas, there's 3 distinct parking lots that are on that south side of 2nd Street between Lyle and Whitney. They do have one-way drive aisles, and then they have the angled parking, and they're oriented depending on the direction of the drive aisle. So they're either accessed from 2nd Street and exited to the public alley, or opposite, access from the public alley and exiting onto 2nd Street. The 2 lots that are going to be added to this parking lot area, they did have structures on them previously, as shown in this older design of when Packard took over those properties. But as you'll recognize out in real life now, those are just vacant lots, and they've been planted with a no-mow type grass. And then again, so these parking lot areas have remained predominantly the same since this 2010 rendition of the property. When Packard was approved in 2010, the proposed site provided 67 parking spaces, including the 58 here, whereas the building actually required 152 spaces to comply with the parking ratio for the office buildings in the zoning code based on the size of the building. They are now building a number of more parking spaces, 86 to be precise, and with that, they are continuing what has been described in the agenda report. They will be continuing their alternative transportation demand management program. So this doesn't really change the fact that they have had that in place, and they will continue to have that in place, even with the additional parking spaces provided in this project. So again, what the applicant is requesting is a design review approval. They will be merging the 5 lots together into 1 lot. That's actually going through an administrative review as a lot line adjustment. So that's not what's before you tonight. But through that process, they are going to be providing a 2-foot easement for the public access along the alleyway, which is consistent with other city approvals for projects that have been developed on First Street. So widening the public alley will be incorporated into that lot line adjustment lot merger application. They will be replacing the 3 separate parking areas, which were shown on the previous slide, with this larger area. They're going to be replacing the 58 angled parking spaces with 86 perpendicular spaces. They're removing the inefficient one-way drive aisles with a two-way drive aisle, and that in itself will improve the circulation efficiency for the parking area and also the public right-of-way, because with that we have less curb cuts onto 2nd Street and the alleyway. So it will increase the efficiency for the parking area and the public right-of-way, as well as improve the pedestrian and bicycle safety on both of those public streets as well. Again, because you have less curb cuts. And then with regard to the carport structure, the structure will cover the 32 interior spaces in that island area, and it will be covered with photovoltaic panels, which will supplement the power that will be provided to the 41 electric vehicle charging stations that are proposed to be installed at the site. I imagine that those photovoltaic panels will be hooked up to the building itself, so it'll supplement whether there's electric vehicle charging needed, or supplement the building power itself as well. And then also there's going to be other improvements, including replacing the stormwater retention areas to meet current requirements, site lighting, fencing, landscaping, and all that is going to be in compliance with city standards. This is a detailed site plan showing the proposed landscaping. There are a total of 7 trees to be preserved on site and 21 trees proposed to be removed, including 6 significant trees because they're over 40 inches in circumference. They are proposed planting along this, and I'll just kind of point it out, along the southern boundary of the parking lot. There's 11 small canopy trees. There's 1 larger canopy tree proposed at the entrance to 2nd Street, and then 2 other canopy trees, medium to large size canopy trees, one at the entrance and 1 on 2nd Street. Also, in regards to tree replacement, the Packard Foundation is coordinating with Greentown Los Altos, and they're committing to plant 27 offsite replacement trees. There is a letter from Greentown Los Altos that's included in the agenda report that specifies the types of trees and the location that they're going to be targeting for tree planting. And there's also a condition of approval for the tree replacement planting and ensuring that the commitment between Los Altos and the Greentown Los Altos and the foundation, ensuring that commitment satisfies the requirement for the tree replacement planting proposed. Again, not particularly shown in this slide, but the next one you'll see the elevation plans, but the 32 interior spaces will be covered by a carport, and there's a total of 41 EV charging spaces. 32 of those is that interior space, and then 7 along 2nd Street. This is a rendering showing the proposed carport structure. There's other renderings and elevation plans in the agenda report and the design plans, but this is just showing how the carport itself will kind of look and feel. It's proposed to be painted a dark brown color, which is consistent with the foundation building across 2nd Street. And some 3D renderings are also provided in the agenda report. Again, these are just a few, but there's more provided in the agenda report. With regards to commission recommendations, this did go to the Planning Commission on September 2nd. They recommended City Council approval of the design review application, and also it went to the Complete Streets Commission on September 29th. They did discuss the project, but they didn't actually provide a formal recommendation. And so with that, staff recommends City Council approval of the design review application for the parking lot modifications and installation of the carport structures, subject to the design review findings and conditions in the resolution included in the agenda report. That does conclude my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time. And again, there are members from the foundation. I don't think they have a formal presentation, but I believe they would like to speak on this application. Thank you very much.
Hello. Go ahead, City Attorney.
I thought my computer was freezing up. I had some questions sent to me late this afternoon, and I can go over them, and I think I'll need help from Steve as well. I would like to go through them now so that the applicant can hear them as well, just for, due process and fair hearing, and for the rest of the council members to hear the questions. So one of them was, what is the standard by which we are considering this project? I.e., is this pro forma or does council have discretion to reject the project or ask for modifications? The answer is the approval or denial of this project would need findings for the design review permit. And there are findings included in one of the attachments. And so we would have to make findings for the denial. If we deny it, there are findings in there for approval. What is the standard by which—
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing the city attorney. The connection is very poor.
Okay. I could hear what she was saying, but I know what you are saying, Councilmember Weinberg. City Attorney.
Wait, let me see. Does that help? Does that help?
That's better, Councilmember Weinberg. Why don't you start talking again, City Attorney?
Really loud to me right now. I've got it 100 to 100. Okay, what is the standard by which we are considering the lot merger? Same thing. Do we have discretion, or must we request must the request be approved? And the lot merger is really a lot line adjustment, and that is at the staff level. Anyway, so that is, it is an administrative approval. But however, staff has determined the lots meet the objective standards, so there is really no basis to deny it. So that's one question. Which is or are the parcels that constitute the parking reservation property? And the answer is technically the deed restriction. In the deed restriction, the legal description describes the APN, which is a parcel adjacent to South Antonio Road. And so anyway, that is a separate parcel that I don't believe it pertains to this design review. Then there was a long question about the recorded deed restriction. I'm going to skip that for right now. And but there's a question: is the ATMP, if the ATMP remains in place in perpetuity then why does the deed restriction need to be removed? So the response is the DA is expired, so a new deed restriction will keep the TDM in place.
You're breaking up again, City Attorney.
Oh, I don't know what's going on. So anyway, but we need to release it for the monitoring. However, the alternate transportation management on the restriction parcel, we want to have that, and that is as a condition of approval. So we were required to do it under the covenant. We're doing that. But then again, we're adding it as a condition to this to make sure that that TDM stays with the parcel. Does the Packard Foundation have a right pursuant to the development agreement or any other document to expand the building? This would be a new design review application with all the full public notice and hearing, as this one was. So are swells next to the Packard building along San Antonio protected from being developed by the foundation? No, they are subject to the redevelopment and development of standards. The property will need to comply with current standards, which are the stormwater NPDS and the SWIP, the stormwater management plan. So any previous requirements for stormwater retention and to ensure water quality measures will be replaced by new measures. So those are our answers to that question, and I can go into more about why we're releasing it, but we want the deed restriction to be released pursuant to the covenant, but we are requiring, reaffirming that we want the city to have another recorded deed restriction for the TDM obligation. So we're releasing it per the covenant, but for this project, we're making it a condition of approval. So future buyers and this will not, it won't be lost. So I think I've covered everything. And I'm sorry about my sound.
That's fine. Thank you, City Attorney. So Mr. Golden, if I heard you correctly, do the applicants want to say something now? Did they want to present?
I believe if you don't have any questions for staff, they would have the ability to provide some comments.
So we normally, so I'm going to hold questions until we have the full presentation. And so that's why I wasn't clear if the applicants will be presenting. They're entitled to present. So, but it wasn't clear from what you said. So will they be, oh, I see someone has turned on his video. So let's hear from the applicant. And then we'll give staff another opportunity and then we'll do questions. So who will be presenting, Mr. Naiman? Will you be presenting on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, I will. Thanks. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thanks for contemplating this application. I am Craig Naiman. I am the Vice President and Chief Financial Officer at the Packard Foundation. Actually, the last time I appeared before the council was back in, I think, 2012, I believe. And my sole purpose at that time was to offer in the public comment period a simple thank you to the council and the city for helping the foundation to get that headquarters project originally completed. So thanks again. The building has served as a great demonstration project, and we've had thousands of visitors come to Los Altos from around the world to see it. So while the project was completed in 2012, as Steve alluded to, and again, another great job by Steve in presenting the details of the project, some obligations from that project are continuing. As part of that project, the city and the foundation agreed to the alternative transportation management plan Steve referred to in perpetuity. I wanted to highlight that ATMP provides the following language, and I'll quote, "The primary goal of the ATMP is to reduce the owner's carbon footprint without impacting available public parking in the surrounding neighborhoods," unquote. To ensure the compliance with the ATMP, the city and the foundation also agreed to a monitoring program to ensure none of our employees park outside of the foundation parking lots within a 500-foot radius of our building. There was an audit for a 5-year period. At the end of that period, the city evaluated our compliance and determined that the parking program was working well and ended the monitoring consistent with our development agreement. It's important to note, and this has been referred to a few times, our agreement at the time provided for a parking reservation along 350 South San Antonio. That's the actual address I think the city attorney was looking for. So should the ATMP not have been successful, the city could have required the foundation to build a large parking lot right alongside our building as it kind of abuts San Antonio Road. If you're unfamiliar with the address, it's right at the entrance kind of to our city. It's pretty much planted as green space now. However, the foundation, good news, the foundation had complied with the monitoring, and the monitoring program was ended by the city. And according to the original terms of that agreement, the deed restriction to the reserve parking was also to have ended consistent with that agreement. I also want to point out another feature of the ATMP that was agreed upon. It specifically contemplates a variety of strategies, including a variety of alternative transportation options, but it also explicitly includes, quote, the provision of added parking spaces, unquote. So while the original project was underparked by 85 spaces, should you approve this project, we reduce the underparked status by 28 spots, and all the while remain consistent with our obligation of the original terms of the ATMP. So why am I here today to request the slight expansion of our parking? So I wanted to highlight a few of our motivations for the project, which may not have been obvious from the package itself. First, like our headquarters project a decade ago, we're concerned about climate change, and we have an accompanying desire to reduce the carbon footprint of the foundation, consistent with the primary purpose of the ATMP. Since our building's at net zero energy, one of the foundation's largest remaining items of carbon footprint is our employees' commute. So through this project, as Steve mentioned, we hope to expand the EV charging stations from 5 to 41. That'll support EV charging, and then we'll support the EV charging with the on-site canopy. And the idea, of course, is to enable more solar-enabled EV use by our staff and reduce our carbon footprint due to the commute. Second, one of the responsibilities we have under the ATMP is to arrange for parking off-site and potentially shuttle visitors back and forth when occasional visitation exceeds parking spots available. This project then, as proposed, would limit those occasions when we need the satellite parking requirements are triggered. So this is a helpful efficiency gain. So on this point, let me just speculate about the future of hybrid work for a minute. We all imagine hybrid work will become more commonplace, including at the foundation. And that would mean the average daily parking demand may very well decrease as employees stay home a few days per week while they come in others. However, we speculate that while the average may decrease, the relative importance of those fewer days spent in the office will likely significantly increase in concert with the visitors and guests that accompany them, these in-office days. They would result in more numerous spikes in satellite parking requirements than experienced in the past. And this extra parking capacity will allow us to accommodate those spikes in parking that we speculate may occur in a hybrid work environment. Third, I wanted to point out the design will allow for a more rational use of the 5 lots the foundation now owns. The city's approval of original headquarters project included only those 3 existing employee parking lots, not the 5 lots part of this current proposal. Because we didn't own all 5 lots at the time the headquarters project was approved. Indeed, as Steve's drawing showed, 2 of those 5 lots had buildings on them, which had their own separate parking, as Steve alluded earlier. So this more rational and better design not only accommodates the EV chargers, it allows for better internal recirculation within the proposed parking lot. It alleviates the current situation where you basically enter along Second, exit in the alley, re-enter from the alley, exit into Second, and so forth when you're kind of shuffling around looking for parking spaces. It also addresses a variety of issues where the existing design is not up to current code, ADA, for example. So we think it improves pedestrian safety, vehicle safety, and reduces on-site circulation. So I hope you have a better sense of the foundation's motivations, and I look forward to hearing your questions and comments. Thanks for the opportunity to address you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Naiman. Anything else from staff, Mr. Golden, before we do questions?
I don't have anything further. Just if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. And I will get us started on questions. I've been looking forward to this project coming to council, Mr. Naiman. I will admit the first time I heard about this project, as someone who is always looking for parking solutions for downtown, when I heard about this proposal, I thought this was an opportunity to increase parking downtown, either by working with the foundation to see if the city could use some of those parking spaces, or having 2 additional levels on top of the 1 level carport that you currently are proposing. So I was very curious, and I think you've already started answering one of the questions I have, which is, why is the foundation doing this? And I heard the reasons, and some of them sound counter to adding additional parking spaces. And so, my first question, just going through the list, is you mentioned the anticipated spike in the demand for parking, presumably on the same days. What data, what are you relying on to draw that conclusion?
Speculation. Just imagine, if you will, the number of visitors to the Packard Foundation being confined to whatever, 2 days a week instead of 5. If we have the same amount of visitors as we had before, and we only open the building, 2 days a week instead of 5, then the visitation on those 2 days would therefore have to be greater than they were on average over 5.
Okay. And pre-COVID, when you had visitors to the foundation, did you find that those visitors had to park elsewhere?
Our intention is to accommodate all visitor parking on site. I think that's consistent with the intention of the ATMP. So on occasion, our parking would get tight. We do have members of the public parking on our spots. You'll see them there, and the construction that's going on along First Street. There's a lot of it right now, and our building is closed. So there is competition over the members of the public. So sometimes that can get a little challenging, but for the most part, we try to accommodate all our visitors on site.
Did you consider adding 1 or 2 levels above the carport instead of just expanding the 1 level?
I think, we hadn't really considered that, since we do have the extra lots and space, and that would be, I think, a more expeditious and efficient use of our dollars.
Okay. And then also on, one of the goals of reducing your carbon footprint, again, it seems counter to say you're adding parking spaces, even if they include EV parking spaces, in order to reduce the carbon footprint. Will this encourage more of your employees to drive in to the office?
No, the remaining alternative transportation management plan devices that we utilize, we'll continue to utilize that. Unfortunately, I don't think we are in a position to eliminate the single car commute entirely. But where we can't eliminate it, we can at least try to encourage a more EV-oriented use of the single cars. So the idea is to be able to better accommodate that option, which I think, unfortunately, is not going to leave us anytime soon.
Okay. And you mentioned the ATMP, and this question may be for staff, because and I know the city attorney went through, releasing them from the deed restriction, but the ATMP would still be in place. And so, Mr. Golden, I'm curious, with the ATMP still in place, what does that require? So I understand the monitoring, they'll be released from that as part of the deed restriction, but if we have the ATMP still in place, what does that really mean?
So to confirm, yes, the original deed restriction required monitoring for a 5-year period and the reserve parking parcel. And the terms of those two items have been met. So per the deed restriction, the city already agreed to release them from those obligations. So even without this project moving forward, the city would move forward with that release. That being said, there's also some description of what the ATMP activities should comprise of. And the Packard Foundation has provided us with a list of how they're satisfying those activities. And that was included in the Complete Streets Commission's agenda report. So it's very detailed. Of course, we're in the pandemic, which on a practical note, they've ceased some of those operations just because doesn't make financial sense to keep shuttles going when nobody's going to the office. But in any case, they have committed and they've shown that they're continuing the ATMP. If parking becomes a problem again, we could revisit the issue and seek compliance with that, with the terms of the deed restriction requiring the ATMP and going through somewhat of a verification to make sure that they're still following the activities are outlined in that.
So if we're releasing them from the monitoring, how will we ensure that they continue to comply with the ATMP? Is it a self-reporting mechanism? Is it, occasional reviews by the city? I'm just trying to understand how we enforce the terms of the ATMP to ensure they're still complying, since it will continue to be in place.
I think it's like many city regulations. We're not necessarily daily, weekly, monthly looking at the site, but I think based on complaints by other property owners in that area, that it's noticeable that they continue to have parking spillover and receiving complaints just like we do from other property owners. In this case, going back to that deed restriction and having an understanding of what they're supposed to be doing and enforcing the terms of the ATMP as a way to satisfy those parking requirements.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Golden. And then my last question has to do with the tree replacement, the condition of approval, because I want to make sure I understand what the terms are. So the agreement with Greentown, whereby Greentown will be planting, 27 trees, is the expectation that Greentown would do that prior to the Packard Foundation, and because if we approve it tonight, they're going to move forward. And so I want to understand, how do we enforce the planting of the trees by Greentown? And Greentown has a lot of credibility in the community. I believe they will. But my question is, if for whatever reason, since it's a condition of approval, Greentown isn't able to plant these trees, what remedies available to the city?
Well, just to be clear, with regards to conditions of approval in the resolution, condition number 3, which is in the general title, has specific terms for tree removal and replacement mitigation. And then under item number 26,
yeah.
which would be prior to the final building permit inspection, would basically be satisfying conditions, well, 2 and 3, but 3 being the replacement requirement. So with that being said, the replacement mitigation as stated in the condition that is Greentown, Los Altos acknowledges that they have gotten essentially a contribution from the foundation. So it's, we have to have some, we have had good cooperation with Greentown, Los Altos, which has been initiated by community members. So it's a community-based organization, and that's, has strong commitments to planting the trees. Should they, I guess I'm summarized, but I don't know if I want to use the word fail, but if they don't end up planting the trees that the foundation has committed to, then we don't really have any other mechanism in the conditions that we have before you tonight. But in order to move this forward and to get additional tree replacement, this was the best organization that the city felt could satisfy replacement in the downtown area or throughout the city.
No, thanks, Mr. Golden, for that explanation. It's the whole concept of condition of approval. So that's it for me for now. Let's see, I will look at virtual hands, and I see Councilmember Meadows has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Golden, for a good presentation, and thank you, Mr. Naiman, for joining us tonight. I'm wondering if, Mr. Golden, there was 2 alternatives, I believe, that Planning Commission put forward, and one has 4 more trees than the other. Would you be able to put those alternatives up on the screen and show us what the differences are between the alternatives? Because aren't you still asking us to choose between those, or am I wrong about that?
Yes, you are correct. So there are 2 alternatives. This is alternative A, which was shown to you. I should have provided my presentation that this is the staff recommendation is to go with A. The Planning Commission forwarded this with either A or B, which I'll show you in a second. But I'll use my pointer, and along the, I guess if you want to call it the southeast boundary of the site, this is using tall upright screening shrubs. And then I'll go quickly to, oops, this is alternative B, which shows those 4 additional small canopy trees, which you were mentioning. This is not preferred by, I think, staff and the applicant for a number of reasons. It's kind of hard to see, but on this, there's some little notches into the parking spaces, which they may not encroach too much into the parking spaces, but it does encroach a little bit. It's just a little bit of a conflict. There might be a conflict with the light standards that you can kind of see the little boxes there. And then additionally, if the budding parcel ever develops, depending on how big that tree canopy gets, there is 0 lot line setback requirements, and it just might create a conflict in the future should that parcel ever develop. And that's the parking lot, currently a parking lot. So for those reasons, staff is recommending alternative A. And that's the one that was shown to you during the presentation. And this is alternative B.
Thank you for the clarification, helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you both, Mr. Golden and Mr. Nyman, for your presentations tonight. I have a number of questions, some of which are fairly detailed, and I apologize for that in advance. I don't have a planning background, so if I'm going off the tracks, so just let me know. But I've been going over the staff report and 10-year-old staff reports and diagrams and legal documents, trying to figure out what this all means. I think my first two questions really are for the city attorney. Madam City Attorney, I think what I heard you say was, even though we're going to record the, we're going to release the deed restrictions, part of the conditions of approval, at least as presented, include a continuation of the ATMP. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what
Okay.
we decided, and we made it a condition of approval, yes.
Got it. And the applicant, I understand, is okay with that. And I'm not worried about monitoring it or enforcement of it. I have 100% faith that the foundation is going to comply with the ATMP in good faith.
Yeah.
But if we go ahead and record the release of the deed restriction, right? I should say when, because I understand we're contractually obligated to do so. When we record that, isn't the effect of that meaning that there's no longer a restriction on the 350 San Antonio parcel?
Yes, that would be the effect, as I understand it. So, but what we want to do is we can record the release and then also the deed restriction all in one document. And so what we're trying to do is put something that is a recorded document for future chain of title. So we're to put it another way, we're trying to kill two birds with one stone, if you can say that anymore, but that's kind of what we're trying to do.
Understood, and I appreciate the efficiency of doing that. I get it. But once we have released the deed restriction, 350 San Antonio the applicant can do whatever they want with it, following, of course, city guidelines.
Yes.
So I guess before I go to my next question, city attorney, Mr. Naiman, does the foundation have any plans for the 350 San Antonio parcel in terms of development or redesigning it or doing anything to it other than keeping it as the bioswale that it is now?
Yeah, we don't have any current intention to develop that at all. It's kind of a nice aesthetic backdrop and also, for interest of the city, and also serves as a nice buffer for the building with the traffic that is on San Antonio.
Thank you. I agree entirely. So thank you for that. Okay, so one more question for the city.
Can I just add one thing though? But your action tonight wouldn't necessarily change anything with that release of the deed restriction, because that has already been agreed upon between the city and the applicant, the foundation. So your actions tonight is not whether or not you want to release or not release. We are putting it as a condition of approval because, to be honest, we failed to do that release previously, and the applicant, the property owner, hasn't pushed us to do it. So it's just one added measure to ensure when we approve a project and we go through final inspections, we look at all the list of conditions. So we're just want to ensure that this doesn't sort of cloud the title in the future and future discussions too.
I appreciate that clarification, Mr. Golden, and I understand that the city is obligated to release the deed restriction. I'm not arguing against that. I think that's clear in my mind. What I'm trying to do is just get a bigger picture of what the foundation's plans are, get some clarification in my mind, because it will help me to understand this parking lot, this proposed new parking lot, in terms of the general picture. And since Mr. Nyman has agreed to be here tonight, we have him in front of us. I just want to take advantage, and I want the community to be able to take advantage of that and make sure that there's an understanding of what the big picture is, what's going on here. So Ms. Houston, let me go back to you again. If the council passes the resolution as proposed, are we setting any kind of a precedent for future developers regarding the removal of trees and replanting them elsewhere?
I would say no, because for land use approvals, it's based on the approval per that parcel and based on the specific facts and conditions regarding that application. So every application, depending on the parcel, the topography, the size, shape, and the trees or no trees, we look at them all independently, and because one parcel removed trees doesn't mean the next parcel gets to remove trees. It's always an independent review and based on staff's recommendations and arborist reports. So there is no precedent that, oh, you save these trees, now you have to save them here. It is all an independent review.
Well, my concern is more that another developer says, well, you let the Packard Foundation cut down a bunch of trees and plant trees somewhere else in the city, so that means you have to let me do the same thing.
We wouldn't be bound by that. We would have to look at it as a case by case basis. So land use decisions really don't set those precedents. It's all based on the application before the city and as it goes through the process.
Okay, thank you. All right, so another question I have actually has to do with the planting of the new trees. It's my understanding that Greentown Los Altos is in the process of planting 500 new trees. And I think they've planted about 200 and have 300 to go, or maybe they planted 300 and have another 200 to go. Is the foundation assisting or funding Greentown to plant additional trees from that program, or is the foundation just funding what Greentown had already planned to do with that project?
Councilman, are you directing that question to me or to staff?
I think so. I mean, maybe if there's someone from Greentown who can answer that, that might not be a bad idea. But I just want to make sure that there's a net gain in trees that are being planted, as opposed to just funding trees that were probably going to be planted anyway.
So I could read the second sentence or the second part of the first sentence of a letter from Greentown Los Altos to the Packard Foundation with its letter of intention in planting those trees. It says, and I'll quote, "We support the Packard Foundation in their effort to get more trees planted to mitigate the loss of the trees with the new parking lot configuration." So that's unquote. That's their statement.
Okay, I appreciate that. And if there's anyone from Greentown on the call tonight, if during public comment, you could clarify for me, I would find it useful.
I believe Gary Hedden from Greentown,
Yeah.
Los Altos is an attendee.
And Councilmember Weinberg, that is also in condition 3. It says, in addition, the applicant shall provide documentation from Greentown that the Packard Foundation completed its commitment, and so it acknowledges that that there will, I believe they need to, Greentown needed to supply a letter that they are committed to those trees.
So let me jump in here. I don't think Councilmember Weinberg is questioning Greentown's commitment. We've all seen the letters. I think he's trying to clarify whether or not these trees that Greentown will be parking for Packard Foundation is in addition to the number of trees that Greentown had already committed to planting, which I think was 500, or are the Packard Foundation trees part of that 500 total? And so I think if Gary Hedden,
double counting, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So if Gary Hedden is here, and I think he can explain the tree planting. I don't want to do it. I think I know how it works, but Gary, if you're here and you can get promoted and you can explain your goal of 500 and you were looking for people to help to fund and identify trees. I don't think they had 500 trees located. But as we promote Gary, Councilmember Weinberg, do you want to continue with your questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. All right, Mr. Naaman, when you presented to the Planning Commission a month or two ago, you gave reasons in support of the project that were a little bit different than you did tonight. And I'm a little confused about that. So if I may, I'm going to ask you some questions about the reasons you stated to the Planning Commission. And you gave 5 reasons. The first one was the foundation wants the new parking lot to address the original project's constraints. So can you please explain what were the original project's constraints and why weren't those originally addressed when the project was approved?
let me pull up my notes from that. So the original project constraints were, first, as part of the project submittal, there was only 3 parcels submitted. 2 other, as part of the 343 project or headquarters project, there was only 3 parcels that were subject to approval at the time. We now own 5. The difference was 2. One of those we owned, but wasn't part of it. And the second didn't come into our ownership until after the project approval. So
Did it come
if
into
we
ownership
had-
after project approval, but before construction?
But before construction, but after project approval, yes.
Okay. All right. One of the things that I think what you were trying to tell the Planning Commission and what you have certainly told us tonight is that the foundation believes that you will reduce your carbon footprint by adding more parking spaces. And I, just so I'm clear on that, I think what you're saying is you're encouraging more people to buy and use electric cars, which are I suppose, thought to be carbon neutral, and that by having more people able to park at the foundation, you don't have to run as many shuttles. Is that correct?
I would characterize it differently. We're not reducing our carbon footprint by providing more spaces. We're reducing our carbon footprint by the combination of providing additional EV charging stations and a solar canopy to enable that. If we were just to create additional parking spaces alone, I don't think that would do anything to alleviate our carbon burdens. It's by the additional spaces with the EV canopy and the additional charging stations, for which this comprehensive design allows us to do all of that taken together.
Pre-COVID, how often was the parking lot full?
We didn't monitor that with significant specificity to give a really clear answer to you. The parking lot through our core hours, my sense was it was significantly full Monday through Thursday.
Okay. Would the foundation have an objection to the public being able to use the parking lot on weekends or during the evenings?
I think it's an informal kind of understanding now that outside of business hours, meaning late evenings and the weekends, the public has made use of our parking facility. That's not a formal legal obligation, just a polite neighborly thing to do.
Would the foundation be okay with a formal legal agreement?
I would prefer not to. I mean, this is our parking lot. It's a private parking lot, and we prefer to keep it that way and enforce our rights to the parcel.
Okay. And then I guess just last question, I want to follow up on something the mayor asked. I believe you said that there's no study showing that there's a need for the additional parking. This is simply speculation based upon what you're anticipating traffic to be once we're out of COVID.
That's true. There is no study, although it is one of the levers allowed in our alternative transportation management plan agreed to with the city. The provision of additional parking spaces is a lever, along with the other alternative transportation elements, to meet our obligations.
What are the other levers?
Things like shuttles, things like adequate bicycle parking, things like the Lift to Work program that we have, things like, encouraging, Caltrain passes and VTA passes. Those are other levers that are in there, but one of those levers is the provision of additional parking.
Why is the additional parking the preferred lever?
It's one of the levers. It's not necessarily a preferred lever. I wasn't ranking the levers. I was just listing the levers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Hedden has joined us. So Mr. Hedden, do you need Councilmember Weinberg to repeat his question?
Oh, no, I was listening. So Jonathan, I guess I better make our goal 527 trees. And I'm happy to do that, but I will say one thing. Having had this conversation and thought about it, has opened our eyes a little bit. We weren't really focusing at all on putting trees in areas downtown. For one thing, it's pretty well built out. There's a lot of parking lots and streets and buildings, so it's not as easy. But we will now. And the other thing, to be effective, it's really come to our attention that we need to plant more bigger trees, the ones that will provide better urban canopy, more shade in the summer, and they'll live longer. So we're going to rejigger our tree list and add more of these larger trees, more oaks in particular. So that is one of the outcomes from this conversation. The other thing that I came across was a map that's put together by the California Tree Observatory. And they look at the tree density throughout the whole state, actually. But you can zero in on it and look at Los Altos. And I drew a circle centered on the Packard Foundation and looked at what the density is in that area. And there are some spots that are dark green. That's a good high density of trees at the parks, Shop Park and Redwood Grove, which are within that circle. There was one residential area that caught my attention, though. It was Hawthorne, between Eleanor and San Antonio. And I really encourage you to go take a look at that street. It's got a lot of big trees that go completely across the street, giving it good coverage. And it's just beautiful. You walk down that street and it's a older part of town, but there are some new houses. So it's a mix. It's a mix of one of the homes in particular is historic. It goes back to the 1920s. So it's just a beautiful, and so that's kind of the goal that I have now for planting trees, is to get more of these larger, bigger trees. So there was something good that came out of this whole discussion. And I will say, we want to try to get the trees in the areas downtown where they need them, near the parking lot, but that'll be the challenge. And quite frankly, I'm happy to plant trees anywhere in Los Altos, north, south, whatever, because trees will benefit our residents. So I hope that helps, Jonathan. I'll make it 527 just for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, we love trees in Los Altos, so thanks for all you do. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Hang on.
Gary, maybe you want to stay on just in case. Councilmember
Yes.
Lee Eng.
Then my question to Mr. Hedden is, Mr. Hedden, how much is the contribution that the Packard Foundation is providing you?
Well, we have contributions from members as well, and we do fundraising. So we've got enough money to plant 27 trees. I don't know if
No, but I want to understand, how much is the Packard Foundation contributing to Greentown
I'm not
for this?
comfortable. I'm not comfortable sharing that number unless
Okay.
the Packard Foundation is okay with that.
Well, I guess that's an agreement they have with you, right? So people, I think it's
So Councilmember Lee Eng, it really, and I can have the city attorney weigh in, for our determination.
okay, I just would like to know, because then.
And Councilmember Lee Eng, please feel free to reach out to Mr. Naiman or Mr. Hedden separately, but for purposes of what we're considering and approving, that detail is not relevant.
Okay, then.
And we don't have a contract with them. They gave us
Thank you.
a contribution, no strings attached, basically. And
Well,
so
then,
we're gonna
I
use it to
think
plant
my
trees.
question, thank you, Mr. Hedden. My question, because we're basing it based on this tree removal and replacement mitigation. If we're not aware or privy to these contracts, how are we going to ensure that the organization, because prior to that, they would have had a contract with an arborist, which was stated in condition 2. So I just want to, you know, although we respect these nonprofit organizations that we are familiar with in our city, I just want to ensure that we can rely on these obligations, because if it was going to be replaced on their site, they would have had to insure it. And we would feel good about ensuring the replanting and replacement. So that, let me move on to my other questions.
Okay, because Councilmember Liang, that question, the last question, is similar to a question I had asked, because I had the same concern about enforcing that those trees get planted, regardless if it's Greentown or somebody else. And I think Mr. Golden responded already to that last question, because I had a similar question.
Yeah, I just wasn't satisfied with the response.
Okay.
So the other thing is, so Mr. Neiman, you mentioned that because I guess the schedule you plan to retain with your employees, and then it would increase the number of visitors to the Packard building on the days that the workers are coming with the reduced schedule. When things are back to normal, do you not anticipate a staggered schedule and still being opened 5 days a week or 4 days a week, like how you had prior to COVID?
Well, the exact features of our return to office plan haven't yet been determined by our leadership. So I can only speculate about what the hybrid work environment will do. I think it is likely that, yes, we would have the buildings open with receptionists staffing those buildings 5 days a week. However, with the hybrid work environment, the substantial bulk of our staff would be likely telecommuting a number of days a week. How many number of days is not yet determined. And that led to the kind of deduction that I made earlier about our hybrid work environment impacts.
So with the hybrid work environment in mind, how many, or prior to the COVID, how many employees do you have on staff or present at the Packard Foundation building on a regular schedule?
Well, our total employed staff works at more than just the headquarters building. So let me not cite a number for that, but the building itself is
my concern is, let me clarify. My concern is the Packard building and not your whole employee overall in your whole foundation. It's how many people are coming on site to the Packard Foundation, because that's what we're talking about. We need to better understand the numbers, because you talked about the number of visitors as well, possibly doubling. So then I'd like to know how many visitors are, and how many employees are normally on site at that Packard Foundation prior to COVID.
So I could tell you the building itself has a capacity of 124 seats. As configured, it's designed for now for 118 seats. And
did that include visitors? Oh, I think he's
frozen. Councilmember Lee.
There's 5 vacancies. 13.
Mr. Neiman, you froze for a couple of minutes there. So if you could restate your answer to Councilmember Liang's question, please.
No, I'm sorry about that. Let me minimize some windows here. And maybe my video, apologies, but just to get my voice across. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, so I was trying to say the building as designed allows for 124 seats. As currently configured, it's 118. In other words, we're using what could be offices as meeting rooms. So there's 118 currently configured capacity. And of that 118, we have assigned 113. So we're basically very much near capacity. And at any given time, the bulk of the staff is in the building, the bulk of that 113 may be present in the building. And then there's typically a handful of visitors. We don't have a lot of large events.
So because earlier you stated that you needed to prepare for the spike in visitors, but now you're stating that you only have a handful of visitors, and that was why you needed the additional parking. So
Yeah,
help me.
a handful of visitors each day, which would then be concentrated on the days our staff, again, I was speculating, if we're only going to have our staff in the building 2 days a week instead of 5 days a week, then the concentration of visitors would also be on those 2 days a week rather than spread over 5 days a week. Meaning if the visitor count remains the same and our staff is concentrated on 2 days a week, we'll have a more concentrated visitor count those 2 days a week. So the handful becomes then even greater on those 2 or 3 days that may cause us to trigger the satellite parking requirement.
So how many of those employees currently
So,
own?
Councilmember Liang, I am sorry to interrupt. The city attorney would like to jump in and I want to give
Okay.
her the floor.
And this line of questioning from the council members and Councilmember Weinberg and now Councilmember Liang. But I need to remind you that this is a design review permit. This is not a use permit. This is what is the structure and can you make the findings for this structure? And I think we're getting into something that would be contained in a use permit or something. So we need to stay focused on the design of the parking structure. So I've let it go as long as I can, but we are getting into something that is not before you. This is a design review permit. And so, and if you need to, you would need to look at the findings for
Okay.
the approval.
I get it. I do get it. So my concern and then my questions are then
Thank
to
you, city
staff.
attorney.
My questions are now to staff then, if you're going to talk about the design. So staff, you stated earlier that you have these findings. And I have a question about these findings. Because if you look at the findings on B, regarding section 1478.060, section B, the project has architectural integrity and an appropriate relationship with other structures in the immediate area. How do you make that suggestion or stating that it has the same architectural integrity? Because in the downtown area, we don't have any other massive parking lot that has those huge PV panels anywhere to compare it to. So stating that it has that architectural integrity that's appropriate in relationship. In addition, the parking lots in our downtown area has a lot of greenery, and now we're removing that. So help me understand, because I don't find that it does.
Sure. I appreciate your question. So part of the review of this project is these structures would normally be ancillary structures if it was on the same parcel as the building itself. Think of trash enclosures or other structures which might be ancillary. So they're viewed in a similar manner. It is not a structure that is going to compare to the foundation building itself. I think everybody that looks at that foundation building and that I've talked to and heard from have been very positive in speaking about that building. But I think based on the features for what it is, the Planning Commission agreed with the findings, and they pressed the applicant to think of a way to make that structure blend in. It is it would be somewhat relatively similar in scale to a one-story building. So as one of the other council members, I believe, thought about maybe a two-story structure or a lift type of system, and that would be probably even more kind of out of character with a downtown if it was just the structure itself. So keeping this and the scale of a one-story ancillary structure with as much landscape screening that we could get around it is how we found that it has architectural integrity and relationships with other structures in the immediate area.
So the other thing that I would like to question is on E, because then you're stating that E was stating that the landscaping of this area is generous and inviting, but you're just going to have this massive structure and very few landscape. So how does it meet that? Because I don't find it very generous and inviting when we're trying to move the trees onto other areas of the city. So I have a problem with that. And then I don't feel that the landscape is a substantial tree canopy because all the trees are being removed. So help me understand that. How is it meeting E then?
Well, I think you are making a subjective conclusion, and the Planning Commission has asked the applicant to provide as much landscaping as possible with the desired spaces on that parking lot. I think when you look at other development in the downtown area, comparatively with the other projects that we've gotten recently in the downtown, and considering that it's an urban environment, the expectation of getting more greenery on this project, I think, is somewhat unrealistic. It's the downtown area, and it should be treated that way. We are getting, 11 trees along the southern boundary of the parcel, and they're preserving the trees that they can with the inclusion of the parking lot area. So I think when you compare it versus other parking lot areas, including the city's own parking lot areas, I think it's comparable.
Okay, so my next question would be for the city attorney. So earlier, Ms. Houston, you stated that we would be removing that deed restriction, but providing a continuation of an ATMP on the new deed restriction. Could you help me understand this new continuation and how long we can place this new ATMP?
We're going to, it would be a deed restriction that would last and run in perpetuity, that would, I believe, and I'd have to check in with Steve, that we're reaffirming the TDM, and so we want to make sure that it's recorded, and so it would run with the land. And and it has to be in a form approved by the city attorney, and we don't have that drafted at this point, but that was our concept of requiring it as a condition of approval, so it would not be lost. And Steve, did you have any? It's going to just run with the land. That's my understanding.
Yeah, it'd be similar to the current deed restriction, which item number 9, it runs with the land successors and assigns. I believe it's binding with any future owners. I think, it says that until such time as the building may be demolished in its entirety. So we would continue that.
And so we we're releasing it because we're obligated under the original covenant, but we're reaffirming it and imposing it. And so we will have control over the TDMP. So, you know, that's assurances that this parking management plan will continue.
Okay, I think that's it with my questions. I do want to reserve, oh, one more question for Mr. Neiman. Mr. Neiman, can you help me understand why 5 lots are needed instead of just the one and making it four lots wide? Why? Help me understand, because I just want to understand, because your goal was to reduce carbon footprint, and then I'll ask another question after you answered that.
We were trying to optimize the beneficial use of the property and with the right design elements. I mean, the parking spaces are much more spacious than they were before. They were narrower before. The ADA spaces that are currently provisioned were inadequate. They needed to be expanded. So it was a kind of a weighing exercise for a good design element and to take advantage of the beneficial ownership that we had now with the 5 contiguous properties.
Okay, the other question I had is, most times we have encouraged our residents to ensure that they use permeable surface materials, and just putting a ton of asphalt is not something that, you know, is very encouraging. Have you considered other materials such as granitecrete or something that would allow for better absorptions of water?
Let's see, we have a member of our design team who's an engineer, Dale Lita, who's also on the line today. Perhaps I could refer that question to him.
Okay, and also I think it would match your design of, because the goal was to match the existing foundation building. So I think that we're looking at materials to match existing building. So if you can help me understand utilization of better materials to match and make sure that we have a permeable surface.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Dale Lito with BKF Engineers. We did take a look at permeable paving. When we looked at how we were going to approach the parking lot, one of the key things we found with how it's currently used and in the proposed design is that this area of Los Altos benefits from a really well draining gravel layer, which extends. It's not immediately at the surface. It starts about 8 feet down below grade, and part of the original parking lot design takes advantage of that and incorporates stormwater retention systems, which extend down through the surface layer, which is less permeable. In the proposed parking lot design, we're reutilizing those existing rainwater retention systems and expanding them to ensure that all of the rainwater that's basically picked up in the parking lot will continue to extend down and go down through that surface layer and get into the better infiltrating soil that's a little bit further down. With permeable pavers located at the surface, you can get some infiltration, but we find with soils such as what you typically have more clay in the upper layers, which can encumber infiltration. And then just, in general, permeable pavers require more maintenance. They tend to settle more and just, they produce more challenges with maintenance over time. So in the proposed design, we actually are capturing all that water and putting it back into the ground. It's just underneath the asphalt surface.
Thank you.
Is that it, Councilmember Liang?
Yes, thank you. And I'll reserve comments for after public comment.
Perfect, thank you. I see Vice Mayor Enander has her hand raised. The city clerk, can you please ask the Vice Mayor's questions?
Sure. So I'm going to ask her last question first. I hope that's okay. We're talking about stormwater. So under our current stormwater plan, is all stormwater required to be retained on site?
Under our current stormwater plan, it's not required to be retained on site, but under the municipal regional permit, which this project complies with, as well as most new development projects you see throughout the city, there's kind of a tiered approach to looking at what you do with your stormwater, and you can treat your stormwater and discharge it to the public right of way, provided you're detaining it on site long enough before you discharge it. But the municipal regional permit really encourages where you do have good percolating soils to try and get water back into the ground and to re-inject that water into the underlying aquifer. That's where you have that condition. That is the preferred approach. And so that's something that the site benefits under the existing condition. That's how the design was originally implemented by the original foundation's design engineer, and we're maintaining that existing system and expanding it with the proposed design.
Thank you. Continue, City Clerk.
Okay. Thank you to our city attorney for carefully explaining the legal issues and the intentions for the approach suggested. Thank you, Mr. Naiman, for answering our questions and for describing more about the use and plans for the building. My colleagues have covered many of my questions, so I only have a few additional, and they all relate to the trees. I am happy to have the answers from either staff or the applicant, and I have one question at the end for Greentown. For staff or the applicant, I had difficulty finding a sheet that would easily show the trees to be removed and the ones to be kept and added following the changes during Planning Commission. The closest I could get to seeing what trees are supposed to remain is sheet C3.2, which shows protections for 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 20, and 30. Is that correct? And then there's another question. So 12 through 14, 16 through 19, 21 through 29, 31 through 35 will all be removed? Do you want me to continue with their other questions?
No, let's do one at a time.
Okay. Would you like me to repeat that question?
I understood and I think this will be Mr. Golden.
Yeah, so also sheet C1.1 has a tree survey table, and that has trees to be removed or remain. I'm verifying some of those because I think that table, there was a group of trees that table did not update, which was 15, tree 15, 17, and sorry, I'm zooming in on it, my screen. Let me compare. Yeah, so tree 21, sorry, okay, so let me rephrase that. So tree 19, 20, and 21 were later preserved, as well as tree 9. So those trees, some of them were, yeah, now I see that the table, I think it was updated, but Dale can probably also take a look at that list and confirm if that list on sheet C 1.1, if that was updated in the last round of planning when you came back to the Planning Commission.
Yes, it was updated.
Okay.
It should be consistent with the current proposed plan.
So again, table C, sheet C 1.1 with the tree survey table, that's, I believe, is the best resource. And then, as Councilmember Inender said, there are several other sheets which kind of show tree protection fencing rings around trees, which kind of help you really isolate where those trees are going to be preserved.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. City Clerk, next question.
Okay, for the staff or applicant, which of the trees being proposed for removal were either retained as a requirement of the prior project in 2010 or were planted as a condition of development of the prior project in 2010? For example, the original development application included an arborist report that does not apparently show any trees of the species Tristania. One must infer that all such trees on the currently developed lots were planted to conform to the development agreement. Which other trees, if any, were planted or retained as a condition of approval of the original project?
I can answer that kind of in not, I can't tell you, I can tell you some of the specific trees which I believe were planted later on. But if you again look at sheet C 1.1, many of the trees that are along the property line between lots 12 and 14, those larger trees, those, and again, that lot of, I believe that lot 12 and lot 18, I know 12, I think it was used as a residence. So a lot of the trees were consistent with sort of the residential landscaping, trees along the side property line. So that's where, you know, a bulk of these trees were on that lot 12 along the property line. I believe there was some trees like tree number 24, which is on the lot line between 14 and 16, kind of like the midpoint. I believe that was planted later on with the Packard Foundation did do some minor improvements to those lots, but I don't believe it was part of the original approval. It came in somewhat later in the building permit applications. So I don't believe there was a number, any specific number of trees to be installed for as a condition of approval when the Packard Foundation built the building at 343.
Thanks, Mr. Golden. Next question, City Clerk.
Okay, for staff, please confirm that tree number 2, a Chinese pistache, is the only tree in the public right-of-way that will be removed, apparently because of the new driveway configurations, in parentheses. It appears there is a replacement tree in the right-of-way that is, in quotes, large canopy. Is that size tree really practical next to the sidewalk without having root problems?
Yeah, so to confirm the tree number, I believe, yes, it's tree number 2, which is a Chinese pistache, and it will be replaced with a Chinese pistache. So similar to the existing trees on the.
Mr. Gallegos, I think you need to go on mute. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Golden.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the tree that's being proposed is gonna replace the existing, same like for like.
Okay. Pistache for pistache. Okay. City Clerk, any more questions?
Yes, this is for Greentown. Says, thank you for being here, Gary, and for your comments and explanations. Based on what you said, I gather you haven't specifically picked out locations in the downtown area. Question. Then yes, Hawthorne is gorgeous, but are there any spaces large enough downtown to accommodate smaller oaks that are in class 2 in parentheses, such as cork oaks or slow growing blue oaks that are the most drought tolerant and resistant to sudden oak death, close parentheses. How will you get permission from private owners to plant trees, or are you expecting some or all to be planted on public land?
Thank you. Mr. Hedden, there you are.
Hello. Let's see if I got that all down. Thank you, Anita, for the questions. I do not have locations picked out. I have a circle where I'm going to be concentrating some effort to see where trees would fit. I'll be with my team. We'll be looking at spaces and trying to find something, and then I will approach the property owners and come up with make an offer. And in fact, these larger trees, the ones that I'm focusing on now for this area, we call them keystone trees. And thanks to the funding that we received, I'll be able to make an offer of planting them for free. So we'll see how that goes. There are some cork oaks get pretty big. There are some smaller oaks that might work, and some of those island oak is one. Engelmann oak is another one, and so those might be a couple that people would find appealing. So we'll see. I'll be working in this area, working with property owners, and then I'm also working with the city, the Ron Reynoso with the maintenance facilities team. We have planted trees already in Shout Park and Redwood Grove and Lincoln Park, and we're going to be doing some more looking around to see if we can find spots there. And those locations would take larger trees. And those are still within the half-mile radius or the half-mile circle around the Packard Foundation. And was there another part to the question that I missed?
I think you, I think you.
It looks like a no. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hedden. And I think that was the last question from the Vice Mayor. We still need to take public comment. I see one hand raised. So City Clerk, can you please call the first person? And let's give, so now I see 3. Let's give each speaker 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Our first speaker is Frank Martin.
I've unmuted myself. Before we start, I'm Frank Martin. I live in town for 45 years. So tell me when to start.
Okay, you may go ahead and start.
Okay, the first thing I'd like to point out is, without getting into the details of what we're trying to do, in the process of losing mature trees, we are not replacing these trees. A 25-foot gallon tree is not a very big tree. I put two 4x4 box trees in my front yard. They're around $2,500 a piece, okay, because I didn't want to wait until I was dead to see them become mature. So you're taking out mature trees, and I would caution the council to insist that we cover the cost of mature trees to replace them, and they need to be 4-foot box trees, which are way larger than 25 or 50 gallons. What you're proposing is baby trees that'll take a generation to grow to the current size. The second thing I would say is a parking lot takes away green space. So we're losing green space for a larger parking lot. And based on what I just heard, I don't think the applicant has demonstrated any need for additional parking spaces, because we don't know how many people currently go to the building every day. We certainly expect less and not more. And certainly not everyone's going to buy an EV just because you have a charging station. One of my friends just discovered, unless you have a fast charger, which only Tesla currently has, you better not plan on any long distance travel. The only thing an EV will do you is for commuters, and for people with one car, that is not going to work. So unless the Congress passes laws to change this, I doubt people are going to be jumping into an EV car if they only have one car. So the bottom line is, I think this is a very bad idea. And I wonder if the Packard Foundation plans to just sell the property after they get the parking lot. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Frank.
Our next speaker is Roberta, followed by Janet Corrigan. Roberta.
Oh, hi, it's Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So one of the big problems that I see is some of the larger trees that Gary did have been large trees that have been cut down. But Greentown does not grind out the stumps of these trees. And I think it's really important that that be part of the condition. If you're going to replant the trees, I think the Packard Foundation needs to be responsible for grinding out the trees as well, because Greentown is simply planting trees with volunteers from the high school. They're not arborists. I really, really like Gary. I think they're doing a great job. But, you know, I've pointed out to him several places where there's these huge tree stumps that will just be left there, trying to find other places to have trees. My other big concern is that the ATMP, since this is going to be a major change, I don't see why when we do the new deed restriction that we cannot say, okay, for 2 years, we're going to monitor it. Because you have a TDM, but you did not say how this is going to be monitored. So it's nice for, you know, the Complete Streets Commission and the council to have a TDM policy, but if you can't monitor it or find out if it's being met, then it doesn't do any good. It's just a piece of paper that's thrown in a drawer. So my request, and I think it would be for some kind of compromise, perhaps if they only put in 25 EV charging stations, then they wouldn't need to have such a huge solar panel. I think it's just 5,700 square feet is twice the size of my house. It's huge. It will be an eyesore. And I think that there should be able to reach a compromise where you have more trees and less EV charging stations and smaller, you know, overhead charging stations.
Thank you, Roberta.
Our next speaker is Janet Corrigan, followed by Teresa Morris. Janet?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Enander, and members of the City Council. I'm speaking in my role as a resident of Los Altos and not as a member of an advisory body of the City Council. I actually wasn't planning to speak tonight, but when I heard what's going on here, I'm pretty concerned and confused. The Packard Foundation is a sophisticated corporation that is spending a lot of time, money, and effort on getting a design approval to build a parking lot that is based on speculative needs. They're refusing to give or even agree that residents can use the newly designed lot even after business hours. They aren't providing any specific plan for replacing trees that will be removed. And in fact, they are hiding the amount of money that they paid to Greentown for replacing the trees that they want to remove. How do we know it's even enough money to bring in trees that match the trees that are being removed? What is the motivation? It can't just be about parking lots. Is it that they plan to maximize a potential return on a future sale of the property? There seems to be a lot of questions that are being brought to the attention of us residents who are listening in today. And I really hope that the City Council considers what is going on here and the lack of transparency, and ask them to go back to the drawing board and come back with a more detailed, transparent plan that gives Los Altos a guarantee on what they will actually commit to doing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Janet.
Our next speaker is Teresa Morris.
Good evening, Council. I am Teresa Morris, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident, not as a park commissioner. I want to take a moment to say thank you to the council members that have asked the hard questions regarding this project tonight. We all say we are concerned with global warming, but wringing our hands and not taking action when we are able is irresponsible. As the saying goes, one's actions speak louder than actual words. Council members, you are faced with an opportunity to help slow global warming. Think of that, you, by making a decision to save all mature trees in our city at every opportunity, starting now, with the Packard Foundation proposed parking lot, can help slow global warming down. I beseech you to do so. By requiring that all of the mature trees on the Packard Foundation parking lots be saved, protected, and nurtured going forward, you will help sequester approximately 48 pounds of per oak that's there of carbon in 1 year. With that in mind, the need to deny the project is pretty clear. To further that point, this massing of 5 parking lots being lumped into one does not meet the design guidelines for our town. City document after city document says the goal is to maintain the village feeling and to have landscaping as a focal point. The loss of the smaller lot structure in previous buildings is a loss for the residents of Los Altos. In addition, clumping the parking lots as one unit at the entrance of our downtown and developing something as vanilla as the surface lot is underwhelming at best. We as taxpayers deserve more. How about asking for options? Here are some. A 2-story lot with a living roof that would provide a lovely view for residents of all of the new buildings being built in the area and allow for more landscaping around it. The living roof could provide a natural filtration system and habitat, helping to offset the impact of additional vehicles. Such an option would be more aligned with the Packard Lead building across the street. At the very least, the lots could be made more interesting by using flower-like solar panels and providing a better entrance into our city and along the edge of the parking mass. That would allow for more attractive landscaping. I see I'm out of time, which is disappointing because there's much more to say. I'd appreciate if council would deny this project, push back and say we need something better for our city. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Okay, any other public speakers, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and I see the time. I will have us finish this item and then take our normal break. And I'm looking at the city attorney. Okay, go ahead, city attorney.
I need to, I need to sort of bring back to focus. So tonight, this is a design review permit. As I've mentioned earlier, it's not a use permit. It's not based on employees. It's based on that they've applied for this parking lot structure. And I think that trying to question or condition this permit on a speculative future use, I would advise against that, because any future use would always have to come back through a design review or a new project approval, depending on what it was going to be, and the public would have input on that. So I'm cautioning you about these speculative future projects, or the speculation that the parking lot or this might be sold in the future. I do have some concerns about trying to condition this design review for this parking structure with mandatory public access use. I'm not seeing any nexus there. And so this would be something that we would have to discuss further. And again, this project is the design review, and I think we really need to look at the design findings in attachment 1, and those are the findings that the council will have to make tonight, either to approve or deny this project. So those are just some preliminary comments, and the actual need for this parking or the need or the use by the employees is really not, this isn't a use permit. And so I'm just trying to get everybody, this was a very good discussion, but what is before you is a very finite permit. And I do know that there was a lot of discussion about the trees and the replacement trees, and that is relevant to the conditions of approval. And there was a lot of good questions about that. But I think now that you're coming back for discussion, you should focus your discussion on the design review at this time.
Mayor, you're muted.
So let me start off by thanking the city attorney. And it's a good segue. I'll get us started. Because as the city attorney said, you know, the scope of this discussion and what's before us is a design review approval. And so as many of us have asked questions, you know, why is the Packard Foundation doing this? And I mentioned the other ideas and alternatives I thought would serve the community well with this carport and potential parking garage location. But I am very aware of the limitations of this discussion. So even though I mentioned those and obviously was hoping Mr. Naiman would be voluntarily interested in working with the city on alternative uses. I am also well aware of the fact that we have a very limited scope for this agenda item tonight. And so based on the findings by staff and what I understand from the city attorney, I am inclined to approve this project. I still have outstanding questions, but nothing that would negate any of the findings that are set forth by staff accompanying the resolution. And so because of those reasons, I am inclined to support the staff's recommendation to approve this with option A. Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's been kind of an interesting discussion to listen to. The Packard building is consistently rated by most folks in town as the nicest building we have in town. Everything about their grounds, their building, their current parking, and actually I learned that they have a building I didn't realize, catty corner to their main building. Everything is done just beautifully. And for that, we're actually penalizing them because we're questioning their use of their property that they have made beautiful for not only their own enjoyment, but for us as residents when we drive by or walk by or whatever. So if I were the applicant, I'd be thinking, why did I spend all my time and money doing this? Because now I'm being penalized for trying to make further use of my property by adding more parking, which they weren't able to do in the first place. Now, it's funny, some of us are in reverse positions that we're usually. There's people who defend parking, usually who are now against parking, and I usually want to further utilize parking and asphalt in other ways. But this is a simple design review request for really good neighbors, for a nonprofit who does not only excellent work locally and nationally, but globally. And we're treating them like there's some conspiracists that are going to try to pull something over on us when what they've done is beautify our downtown and provide jobs. And they're looking at providing EV charging stations and a different way to achieve what they need and still work and to reduce their carbon footprint. So I support adopting the resolution approving the design review application with option A, and I will end my little diatribe with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Meadows. I think you gave a perspective that I had not thought about, and you're absolutely right. I think the Packard Foundation is a fantastic corporate citizen, and we are lucky to have them, and we are lucky to have the magnificent headquarters they've built at the entranceway to our city. I'm really torn on this issue. And I think it's because I've gone back and I've really spent some time looking at what happened from 2008 to 2010, a deal was struck, and now the foundation wants to change the deal. And it must be the lawyer in me who's uncomfortable with that. If a deal is struck, you stick to the deal unless there's a reason not to stick to the deal. And I really have not heard a reason articulated by the foundation as to why they want to change the deal. And I think that that's what's making me uncomfortable. I do want to state up front that I have absolutely no doubt that the foundation is going to comply with the ATMP, and not just comply, but exceed anything that we reasonably could have expected them to do. I do believe that the foundation is concerned about climate change. I do believe that the foundation wants to do their part, more than their part, not just for the city, but for our society as a whole. I have absolutely no doubt that the foundation is going to fulfill its obligations to Greentown, and that Greentown is going to use the resources from the foundation to build those extra 27 trees, to plant those 27 extra trees. No doubt in my mind about it. All that being said, the admonition that I've gotten from the city attorney is that there's really not a lot of choice or discretion here. I still feel torn because I don't feel like I have an answer to the question as to why the foundation wants to do this. But the message that I'm getting is that this council is compelled to approve the design. Before committing to approving it, I want to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say, but that's where I stand right now. I do want to say to the foundation, to the extent that there have been concerns about your motivations or anything to that extent, I don't think that that is reflective of the majority of the community. And I do want to thank you, at least personally, for all that you have done for the community and that you will continue to.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. And I just want to clarify what the city attorney is saying. If council is going to vote to deny the design review application, then we have to make findings supporting that vote. So she's not saying we can't. She is just cautioning us that if we are going to deny it, we need to look at the findings and set forth on the record the basis.
So I appreciate that clarification, but I've gotten some mixed messages tonight. When Councilmember Liang was discussing the landscaping at the parking lot, staff told us that, well, that was subjective and you have to use objective standards. But I'm looking at the summary in the staff report on page 3, and the question of whether landscaping is generous and inviting, to me, is a subjective issue. So it has not been made clear to me, and perhaps that's my fault for not having asked the right questions or not having the planning background. But I felt that there have been some mixed messages which have led to council really needs to approve this.
Well, thanks for that, Councilmember Weinberg. But as the city attorney isn't saying either way. She's just directing us that if we are to deny it, we have to make findings. The approval findings are already set forth in the packet. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Liang. I don't see the vice mayor with her hand raised yet. She may be waiting till the end. So Councilmember Liang, you had said you reserved time to make comments at the end. So
Well, I'll let the vice mayor go first. Her hands is up and I'll follow her.
Oh, it just went up. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor, City Clerk.
Okay, this is for discussion. She says, I echo what Councilmember Meadows said about the quality of the building and the important role the foundation plays in our town. I am not questioning the use of the property. I appreciate that they want to add parking for whatever reason. I am confident about the commitment to the ATMP. My problem with this project is that it does not meet our finding, and I disagree with staff. It does not provide, and this is in quotes, generous and inviting, end quotes, landscaping. In fact, it wipes out all or nearly all the trees that the city required to be planted for the prior development, which covered only 60% of area covered by this proposal. It wipes out 5 additional large trees. We are asked to excuse this lack by agreeing to a commitment to plant 27 trees in some unknown location in the critical downtown area where there is a paucity of space. This is not about whether I have a confidence in Greentown. I do. It isn't the issue. I cannot recall any project that I saw as a planning commission, nor anything else that has come before the council where we were expected to approve a project without a complete landscape plan that met our findings. For that reason, I cannot approve this project without a plan. I would prefer to defer this until we can see a plan of where to locate most of the trees. The end.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you. And I concur with what was said by my fellow council members about the good that the Packard Foundation has done for our community and continue to do, not only for our community, but for everywhere else. But I am uncomfortable because I did highlight that I have identified findings that I didn't agree that staff stated they found. And not only was it about the landscaping, but it was about the mass, the building mass. You know, I would rather see a structure as identified by one of our speakers is perhaps like a parking structure with a rooftop garden or something. And, you know, I think that I would like to either, if you're not going to do that, I'd like to see something more inviting. I'd like to see more permeable surface. I think the permeable surface item is lacking. I still don't understand their information that they're providing. And I just find that there's 3 bullets. I didn't agree with the findings and I'm uncomfortable. I'm also uncomfortable moving forward unless I see the draft from the city attorney on the continuation of the HMP. She stated that we could have a new deed restriction, including that information. And I would like that to come back. It's not to say that I wouldn't agree with allowing it to go forward. But I'd like to have this item continued and have these things come back forward so we can see it and we can feel more comfortable. And I'd also like to see a plan of where those trees are going and the commitment to maintain those trees. So that said, I would like to see this continued. I'd like to see items come back with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Eng. So I am ready to entertain a motion. I think we've all commented on this. I am still inclined to support it. I understand the scope of our review this evening. And so I do not support delaying this. I don't think it will make a difference. I really think the scope of a design review application is very narrow, but I see Councilmember Weinberg has his hand raised, so let me go to him and then we can come. I don't know if he's going to make a motion. So let me check. Councilmember Weinberg, are you getting ready to make a motion or another comment?
A question really. I think it's for the city attorney.
Okay.
I'm looking at the municipal code right now, which I think is verbatim the same as what was put in the staff report. But in particular, I'm looking at 14.78.600. I'm going to read subsection E. And my question to the city attorney is, Well, let me read it first and I'll ask the question. So this is for design review findings. In approving applications, there's a series of items. One of them is, quote, landscaping is generous and inviting, and landscape and hardscape features are designed to complement the building and parking areas and to be integrated with the building architecture and the surrounding streetscape. Landscaping includes substantial street canopy, either in the public right-of-way or within the public frontage. So, Madam City Attorney, when I read that statute and I'm trying to understand and apply it, am I supposed to be comparing the new project with the lot that it is replacing, or simply whether in the plan that is proposed, does it meet that criteria in and of itself, assuming that the plan was approved?
It would be oh, I thought I froze. The design permit for the proposed parking structure. So is what are they proposing? Is it integrated with the building architecture and the existing landscaping? And so if you can, staff believes that you can make that finding. If you think that you can't make that finding, that's up to the council. The one thing that, you know, you could request that there be a new, you know, an updated landscaping plan to come back, but I don't know. I'm not really sure. I know there's a concern about the trees and where the trees are going, but they're not going to be on site. So I'm really not sure how we can say, come back with a plan of where you're putting these trees, because Greentown is planting them. So, but if you do not believe that this parking lot complements the buildings, or it's, and the streetscape is not, you know, inviting, you would have to make some findings why it isn't. And and again, I'm not saying that you have to approve it. I'm just saying you're going to need findings which way you go. And so this is not Housing Accountability Act. This is you're in the land of discretion right now, and until the legislature changes that. But this is one of those highly discretionary approvals or denials, but we would need findings.
Thank you, City Attorney. And I find it, Mr. Golden, would you like to say something?
Yes, so just another reference point, which I think was maybe discussed in more detail at the Planning Commission, because it's more their purview. But with regards to the planting area per section, I won't reference the specifics, but in the CDR3 zoning district, for this type of lot, the minimum required landscaping on the front, side, and rears is 2 feet, which they exceed the 2 feet minimum. There's also parking lot standards that the city has adopted, and this is also in conformance with those parking standards. So part of the findings, as far as finding the landscaping to be sufficient, is the basis of that is also founded in those minimum standards. So I just wanted to make you aware of that detail, which again, it's more at the Planning Commission level that they look at that.
And that's in the staff report, correct? And that is in the record. So, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I am ready to, I'll put a motion on the floor. You know, we are all saying out of one side of our mouth that, you know, we trust the Greentown and Packard Foundation and they do good for our community. On the other hand, we're placing this request on them to bring forth plans which I don't think are required for us to approve this design review application. And so I move that we adopt resolution 2021-53, approving design review application D20-0008, subject to the recommended findings and conditions. And so that's the motion. And I'll just add specifically, we are adopting the resolution as to option A. And so the motion is on the floor. Is there a second? Councilmember Meadows.
I second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Meadows. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Can you come back to me? Because
Councilmember Liang, I'll give you this pass, but we really shouldn't be passing. So continue, City Clerk.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
No.
no. Mayor Fliger
Yes.
and Councilmember Lee Ing.
no,
So
I
the-
was concerned that it did not meet the findings. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, City Clerk, and it's 9:27. Before we take the 7-minute break, I want to check with the Lehigh Subcommittee if they're okay if we continue their item to a future agenda. We want to hear from you, so we'll get it on the 1st November meeting. So those listening in and who are waiting to hear from the Lehigh Subcommittee, we're going to continue that item to our next meeting. And so we will take a break now at 9:27 and we'll come back at 9:35. Thank you. Vice Mayor, I see you waving. Did you want to say something through the city clerk? Okay. Councilmember Meadows, are you there? Okay, I am going to resume our city council meeting. Is it recording? Yes. So we are resuming our meeting at 9:35 p.m. And before we move on to item number 4, we will also continue item number 8, which is the tentative calendar review, to the next council meeting. If there are residents waiting to hear, I see the vice mayor saying no. So Vice Mayor, go ahead through the city clerk. And I will come back to you. So let us start item number 4, and we will decide on whether or not we can continue item number 8. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Anchetta to start the presentation on item number 4.
Hello. Turn this up for just a second here. Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. Amiko Anchetta here, Sustainability Coordinator, and I'm joined here tonight by Rose Radford from R3. She's our consultant, and she will have a brief presentation on SB 1383. And I think she can share her screen, but if you have trouble, Rose, let me know and I'll bring up the presentation.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. It's great to be before you tonight. So my name is Rose Radford with R3 Consulting. We've been a longstanding consultant to the city on solid waste matters. I'm here to present a brief presentation on the 2 ordinances implementing Senate Bill 1383, which are before you tonight. So why these ordinances and why SB 1383? Well, the fundamental motivation for the law is to combat climate change. So this law is a successor to AB 32, which is a landmark climate change bill. SB 1383 is otherwise known as the Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Act. And in brief, when organics, which is yard trimmings and food scraps, are landfilled, they produce methane gas, which is a super pollutant that contributes to climate change. And as we all know, Los Altos and the entire state of California, in fact, the world, is being impacted by the effects of climate change currently. So this bill and the ordinance would assist in combating those impacts. In brief, the municipal code update is required by the state. So SB 1383 requires all jurisdictions throughout the state to update their ordinances to enable them to have an enforceable mechanism that obligates your residents and businesses to do what the state law requires. The good news is you actually already have the vast majority of the requirements of the law. Los Altos is ahead of the curve. You passed those in 2015. So the changes that are before you really have to do with some small adjustments to align your existing ordinance with the statewide requirements. Primarily mandatory recycling organic service, which you already have. The waivers, which would align with the state's standards. Regulation on the self-haul sector. It also introduces edible food recovery requirements, which I'll get into a little more detail in the next slide. And just something to note on this is that the majority of the regulation that is before you is really focused on businesses and multifamily dwellings. There are no substantial changes for residents who already have access to compliant services and are able to place their food scraps that they generate within their homes in their green carts now. So that's fundamentally the basic requirement. Some businesses, few businesses in Los Altos don't currently have organic service, and so they will be required under this law to participate in organic service. So for businesses and multifamily dwellings, basically what you have to do to comply is either sign up for service. You can separate out your organic waste. Again, that's probably mainly going to be food scraps, and haul that yourself. Or you can apply for a waiver, and that would be in the case that you do not generate sufficient quantities of organics to make it worthwhile for the truck to come by and pick that up. Or if you are not able to store the containers within the area that you store your collection containers. The big change in the new requirements are related to edible food recovery. So another part of the law is trying to get food that is currently being disposed and contributing to methane emissions into the hands of hungry people. So if a business is qualifying, there's specific thresholds under which they would qualify. So these are mainly very large businesses. At this time, we think large supermarkets and businesses of that nature. You're required to donate edible food and have a contract or written agreement with the food recovery organization and maintain records. The municipal code update that we've presented to you tonight is a model that was provided by the county. And the intention is for the city to participate in the regional effort, which would be administered by Joint Ventures Silicon Valley in order to create an edible food recovery program, really bolster the existing activities and provide the outreach and education that's needed for your businesses to comply with this new program. Your city staff has already done extensive outreach to interested parties, including the Environmental Commission. Quarterly newsletters have been sent to all of the businesses in your area. We've updated the city's website. We've also provided mailed notifications to account holders about these new requirements already. We would expect the municipal code update to be effective January 1st, so we're a little ahead of the game. I'm just going to give you a little bit more information about the overall timeline and what the next steps are here. So right now would be the first reading of the municipal code update, which comes forward in 2 separate ordinances. We would expect the second reading to occur in November, so next month. Currently, there's a universal rollout of organic service that is underway for all businesses that don't qualify for a waiver, and that's being conducted by your hauler, Mission Trail Waste Systems. And there is also a evaluation for the existing exemption requests under your old ordinance to confirm that those businesses do qualify under the new waiver requirements. The regulations and the requirement is to have a municipal code update in effect by January 1st. The first implementation report is due to the state on April 1st. And there's a second phase of this, which is would begin in 2024. There's more businesses that qualify under the edible food recovery requirements starting in 2024. And also the state has described that time as the beginning of enforcement action. So this is an enforceable ordinance, and the state is expecting some enforcement action to begin starting in 2024. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, and thanks Amika or Ms. Anchetta. So let's go to questions, then public comment, and then discussion and possibly a motion. So council members, let me see if there are any questions. Okay. I see no hands raised. I have one quick question just on the waiver in case residents are listening. So how does someone or a business qualify for the waiver?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's two thresholds to qualify for a waiver. So if your business that produces 2 or more cubic yards of solid waste per week, so that's sort of a small garbage dumpster, if you think of that. Then and you generate 20 gallons or less of organic waste. So that's based on, if you tip up the container and look inside, you can do a visual estimate of that that organic waste, then you can get a waiver. So if it's just a very small proportion of your total waste that you generate, or if you generate less than 2 cubic yards, it's 10 gallons. So in a good visualization of what that 10 and 20 gallon amounts look like is if you think of one of those large sort of buckets from Home Depot, like that standard large bucket, that's 5 gallons. So 2 of those large buckets is 10 gallons, and then 4 would be 20 gallons.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you so much for that report, Rose. Miss Radford, that was very good. Thank you. I'd like to understand, we have 149 businesses that have applied for a waiver. Do we ever deny any waiver applications?
I can take a first try at this, and then Emiko, if you'd like to add anything. So the evaluation of the waivers is based upon the state's guidelines. So it is pretty prescriptive in terms of what would be allowed and disallowed under the waivers. The evaluations of the waivers that are currently underway, so no waiver applications have been denied yet. And we would hope and expect that all of the waivers would be accepted. What this looks like is a business that really doesn't make any sense for them to get organic service, and they've specifically requested to not receive it. So if a business wants service, it's provided by by your hauler, and they can opt to do that at whatever level they wish.
So thank you so much. I think that's what is good to hear, that these services that will be extended will be for free for our businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Liang. I don't see any more hands. Any questions from the Vice Mayor, City Clerk? I don't see her hand, but I want to check. Oh, here we go. So go ahead, City Clerk.
Thank you. Okay, so comment number 4. So she had a comment about the tentative calendar, but comment number 4. Thank you for somehow making what should be a really mundane topic, new law regarding waste, interesting and clear. Your presentations are always a delight. I will let someone else state the motion. The end.
I'm enjoying Vice Mayor's comments through the City Clerk this evening. Thank you. And I will come back to the question of the tentative after we close this item. So with that, City Clerk, let's go to public comment.
Sure, let's see. We have so far just one. Oh wait, let me check. So yes, one speaker, and that is Frank Martin.
Okay, and because of the time, and we know we still have item 5, let's give Mr. Martin 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin? It appears we're having a problem unmuting.
Frank, if you can hear us. Or can you please send an email to publiccomment@losaltosca.gov? Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more hands. City Clerk, do we have any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
No, you do not.
Thank you. So let's bring it back to council for a discussion or motion. And Councilmember Liang, I see you have your hand raised.
I'd be glad to make the motion that we amend ordinance number 2021-482 by amending chapter 6.12 solid waste collection, removal, disposal, processing, and recycling. And do you want me to make it two separate motions?
Yes.
Okay,
Make it so we have a motion to introduce the reading and the first reading of ordinance number 2021-482, amending chapter 6.12. Do we have a second? Councilmember Weinberg.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
yes. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
yes,
and Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Liang, can you make the second one as well?
gladly. I'd like to make the motion to amend ordinance number 2021-483 by adding chapter number 6.13, the edible food recovery ordinance, to add that chapter.
And I'll just amend that, Councilmember Liang, because we want to make sure that as part of the motion, it's clear that we're introducing it and we're holding the first reading.
Okay, thank you.
So amended. So we have the motion by Councilmember Liang. Do we have a second? I will second the motion. So motion by Councilmember Liang, seconded by the mayor. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes,
Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Yes. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Before we move to item number 5, could you please read, City Clerk, the Vice Mayor's comment on continuing item 8?
Yes. Earlier this evening at our study session, the city attorney presented and we discussed the need to pass before the end of the calendar year 2021, a resolution regarding implementation of certain state laws that become effective on January 1, 2022. That matter should be agendized for every one of the next 3 regular meetings to be certain that we have time and occasion to discuss, refine, and pass the resolution. The end.
Thank you. So we don't need to have, so valid point, Vice Mayor, we can discuss that as part of future agenda items as opposed to going through the entire tentative calendar. But noted, I will look to you to propose that as part of future agenda items. Okay. So we will move to item number 5, which is the off-leash pilot program review and recommendations. And I will turn it over to Director Legge, who's presenting on this item. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. This evening, we're going to be talking about the off-leash pilot program, its review and recommendations. In accordance with the municipal code, dogs are prohibited to be off-leash in Los Altos parks. Residents do not have a place to take their dogs off-leash legally within the Los Altos community. Council approved a 6-month pilot off-leash hours program at the Hillview baseball field, with the adoption of the ordinance suspending the enforcement of the municipal code, allowing dogs to be off leash during designated days and hours. The 6-month period, or 181 days, began on April 1st and was completed on September 28th. Council directed staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission to return to council no later than 60 days after the end of the 181 days or 6 months, which would have landed on November 27th, 2021. At the September 14th meeting, Councilmember Weinberg had requested that the item be placed on the September 21st agenda to consider the extension of the program while the program was being reviewed. Council did approve on September 21st the extension of the off-leash program from September 29th to November 14th. At its regular Parks and Recreation Commission meeting of October 13th, the commission evaluated the off-leash pilot program and recommended that the Hillview Baseball Field program be discontinued, and further recommended that the Parks and Recreation Commission explore additional options for dogs in Los Altos. Starting with concepts presented in the attachment from the Dog Park Subcommittee's report. The staff recommendation this evening is to discontinue the off-leash program at the Hillview Baseball Field and direct staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission to explore additional fenced-in options for dogs in Los Altos. I just wanted to make a note that with us this evening is Manny Hernandez, our Director of Maintenance, Cody McCarthy from the Palo Alto Animal Control, Scott McCrossin from the Los Altos Police Department. Both of those gentlemen could address any enforcement questions that the council may have. And then also this evening is Vice Chair Teresa Morris and Commissioner John Corrigan from the Parks and Recreation Commission, who represented the Dog Park Subcommittee to answer any questions that you might have regarding this topic. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Legge. So let's start with council questions for this team. Who would like to get us started? I don't see any hands. No questions? I have a hard time believing no questions. Okay, last call on questions. Okay, I will get us started. So thanks again, Director Legge, and thanks to the subcommittee. I know they put a lot of time into putting together this report. And so, let me start off with the recommendation of discontinuing the off-leash pilot program at Hillview. And I read the report more than once, so I understand the reasons stated in the report, but what's still not clear to me is the subcommittee demonstrating why the issues that were identified could not be addressed. So could Director Legge or the subcommittee speak to the issues that they identified with the pilot program, but then also why those issues could not be addressed?
I would like to defer to either Vice Chair Morris or Commissioner Corrigan. Not sure.
Vice Chair Morris, are you there?
Yes, I'm happy to take the question. So thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. Essentially, the wear and tear on the field is so great that it would not be addressable and be able to remain a field for the Little League to be able to use in the future. So that's one thing. The other is, it would mean that the field would become useless for Little League. The other is that the noise impact turned out to be much greater than was expected. And in order to remedy that problem, there would need to be some sort of way to block noise, if possible, from the neighboring houses. But mostly it's the wear and tear on the field. It's pretty intense.
Thanks, Vice Chair. And while you have your video on, this question maybe for you as well. So I think you were definitely on the Parks Commission when this first came to council and we approved the pilot program. And when it was presented to council, we were presented with many different options throughout the city, off-leash hours, different things the subcommittee considered. And that council decided to approve this off-leash pilot program at Hillview. So I'm curious, with the new recommendations from the subcommittee. What's different this time? Are you proposing different options than what were proposed before and the previous council said, no, let's go with Hillview? I'm just trying to understand, what's different about these additional proposals compared to the options that were presented before and the council said, let's do Hillview.
Sure. So I think there are probably a number of things to consider here. One is that moving forward with what outreach we did, moving forward with some of the other options would appear to be inappropriate in some ways, given what the outreach and the outcome of the outreach from the workshops were. So that's one, that may be my opinion, and we might want to have somebody else weigh on that. But that's one piece of it. The other is it was a pilot program. So we learned from the pilot program. We had no opposition to it being at Hillview when it started. The opposition, however, has come up now that the pilot program has begun. So, or has been done. So I think that's the whole thing. We've learned a lot. And that's the important part of this, is that we take what we learn and we move to some of the alternatives that we have come up with. And some of the alternatives in attachment one are suggestions from residents as well. So we tried to include a very exhaustive list of things that we had been told. So I'd say those are the main points of what has changed. Yeah, did that answer the question for you? Okay, and I'd like to say if Commissioner Corrigan has anything to add, it would be nice to give him an opportunity, or staff, I would assume, if they also have something to add.
Okay, I don't see anybody jumping. Oh, I see Mr. Corrigan. So Commissioner Corrigan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Fleger. I guess one observation we noticed, I think it's important, is the ongoing assumption about off leash was that we would be kind of formalizing existing behavior where there might be one or two dogs off leash at a time. And I think what really happened was we saw a growth in, visitors throughout the course of the pilot, to the point where we had 20 owners on the field at a time with, tens of dogs as well. And that's where, as that volume increases, so do all the possible, downside impacts. So I think that was the other big learning, is just the volume is where you start running into more issues with digging, field issues, noise, dogs running off leash coming into the park, like from the street. So they're off leash before they even get there. So I think that's one just artifact that wasn't really anticipated. I think most people thought it would just be normal off leash that we see around town today, but it's the volume that became different as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Corrigan. And it looks like my colleagues now have questions. So let's start with Councilmember Liang.
Thank you for your report. You guys did a wonderful job. Thank you very much for the time and the attention that you've spent. I know it took a lot of hours to put that report together, so wonderful job. You provided some suggested sites, some alternative suggested sites. Those sites that are alternatives, are they listed in the priority you would agree that they should be in? Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay. Did you have a suggested priority in which sites that would be preferred, just by chance?
So Councilmember Liang, I just want to jump in. So the question before us is the first question. So it's a step one, step two. It's just so everybody understands, it's first whether or not we want to continue the Hillview program. And depending on where council is, then we would determine what the next action would be. So I'll allow your question, but I want to make sure everybody understands the scope of the discussion. So go ahead.
Yeah, and that said, I just needed to better understand, so that way it'll help me in when we form this our direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Liang, could you restate your question? I'm sorry. And then it looks like perhaps Commissioner Corrigan would like to answer.
There was in your report, you provided some suggested sites. Was there any particular priority that you would, place higher on the priority list? Any site that you would place higher in the priority list?
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. I would just echo Vice Chair Morris. We listed various alternatives for consideration. We really haven't done the due diligence to weigh one versus the other, or even expand to other opportunities. This was just here are some possibilities that we would like to investigate moving forward if we are given that opportunity.
Great, thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember Liang. Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to acknowledge the subcommittee and the commission as a whole, and staff, and even former commissioners, because I know this work has been going on for a long time. So thank you for your perseverance. My question is, and actually this may be for my colleagues, or it might be for staff or anyone. I attended one of the dog park workshops at Grant Park. And I remember I asked Commissioner Morris, and I wasn't attending as a council person. I was a resident. I wasn't even running for office at that point. I remember at the dog park workshop, I looked at the criteria, and one of the criteria was not to recommend a dog park or off-leash hours on a sports field. And yet both Hillview and Mackenzie, I believe, both were sports fields. So how was it historically, this, I believe, as I've heard over the past meetings, that this came from council, how was it that we picked Hillview for the pilot when it didn't meet the criteria that we had developed?
So I was on council at the time, and so were Councilmember Liang and the Vice Mayor. My recollection is, different options were presented to council, and there were pros and cons to the different options, as you can imagine, and the issue of Hillview being a baseball field came up. And I do want to echo what both Commissioner Corrigan and Vice Chair Morris said, because I think it's true. I don't think we realized the impact, the wear and tear, because it was raised the concern about the sports field. And one of the reasons was, it was two things, if I remember, it was the wear and tear on the field, but also conflict in usage times. And because the baseball season didn't start until later in the spring, we would have a period to do the pilot program without the need to use the baseball field as a baseball field. And then the second part of it was, we really could not anticipate the wear and tear that we've heard from staff on the baseball field. So it would not be a short-term thing, but it's something that actually will extend into the baseball season. And so that is something I think was a good learning from the pilot. I will add too, as a third reason, Councilmember Meadows, of all the different options presented, I will say at the time, the Hillview option received the least number of opposition communications. Okay. All right, I don't see any more hands. Director Legge, go ahead.
I just wanted to emphasize the information that was in the subcommittee report related to the 2012 park plan that had some information about criteria for a dog park, which included sufficient room for off leash for all dog sizes, at least half an acre, sufficient parking, and then a buffer between park and surrounding residential areas to mitigate impact from the park on homes. And so in that park plan, it said none of the parks in Los Altos as presently presented meet all of these criteria. As such, a site outside of the current park system that includes all the above criteria should be identified before funds are allocated. So I think there is that we've been talking about this since February of 2019, that there is no perfect fit for everything. And so we're working with the best with what we have.
Well said, Director Legge. Okay, let's go to public comment and then we will bring it back for discussion and direction. City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
They're still coming in. I have 11 at this point, 12.
So as speakers raise their virtual hands, I do want to remind everybody that if someone says what you were planning to say, it's okay to say ditto. I agree with the previous speaker. You do not need to use whatever time I allocate to you, as I see 22 hands. And so based on the time, I am going to do 1.5 minutes. And again, please just ditto another speaker if they say what you were planning to say. We will note the number of people that are supporting what someone else says, if that's your intention. Okay, so with that, City Clerk, can you please start? And 1.5 minutes.
Give me 1 second to get that timer going. Just a second, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our first speaker is Wes. Wes, followed by Larry Barron.
Hello, I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you to the Parks and Recs Commission and to the subcommittee. I sat through their meeting in October and it was quite long and they spent a lot of time on this very difficult issue. There are two main reasons that Hillview doesn't work. One, it's a multi-use facility, as we've already discussed here. Second, there's no fence. No area with an unleashed set of dogs is going to work if there's not a permanent, completely enclosed fence. With all due respect to Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Corrigan about the field condition being an important factor, which it is. An even more important factor to me is the fact that there were reports, and I was part of those reports, of attacks on dogs and at least one attack on a person. Those, to me, take precedence over the field condition and thus very strongly lean towards finding a place that is fully enclosable, is not next to pathways that are going to be used by our community in their transit to the History House, to the community center, to the library, et cetera. So Hillview's the wrong place, and wherever it is, it needs a fence. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes.
Our next speaker is Larry Barron. Mr. Barron?
Larry, are you there?
Okay, we can move on to the next one while we wait for Larry. The next one is Lisa.
Hi, can you hear me? So others were going to cede their minutes to me so I could talk longer.
Okay, Lisa, then we will come back to you then. Because
I don't need 10. I just needed a little bit more than 1.5 minutes. So.
Okay, so once they say it on the record, we'll record that and then come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, let's try Larry again. Larry? Okay, the next one is Mehmet D. Mehmet D.
Hello.
Hello.
So I will need some three other persons to seek minutes for me as well.
I'm sorry, could you state your name?
Mehmet.
Okay, and you're ceding your time to who?
No, I'm gonna get minutes from other people as
well. Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So we'll come back to you, Mehmet.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Renette.
This is Renette. I'm a resident of Los Altos, and I cede my time to Janine Valadez.
Thanks, Renette.
Okay, our next speaker is Jim Sweeney.
Just do same assistant.
Yeah, I did. That's from Sweeney. But I.
Okay.
Larry, can you go on mute, please? We'll come back to you. Go ahead, Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, I'm Jim Sweeney, a resident of Los Altos. I have a dog, frequently go to Hillview. I think the positives outweigh the negatives by and large. As far as the damage, there is some digging, but primarily the damage is watering and raccoons and crows and other issues,
Thank you.
not dogs. I would advocate sunrise to sunset open for dogs, except when there's other activities scheduled, particularly baseball, because the 7 to 9 hours are impractical. And if there's a compromise, it would be keep the Hillview open until a new site is found, and then you can close Hillview. I cede my time to Mehmet, please, the rest.
So, Mr. Sweeney, it doesn't work that way. You would have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then.
You don't get to talk and then cede the
Okay.
rest of your time.
All right, I'll finish up. I think it would be unreasonable to close Hillview. It's highly used and not have an alternative available. So if you're looking for an alternative, keep Hillview open so that people can use it and not get ticketed for having their dogs off leash until you find a better site. And then you can close Hillview. I don't think the damage is significant to the point that it's going to, be any different than the soccer field if you compare the two. They look very similar in terms of damage. The hours are impractical. I think they'd be much better sunrise to sunset, except when used by other activities.
Thank you, Jim.
So our next speaker is Zainab.
Hello, Los Altos City Council. My name is Zainab, and I am in the 8th grade. I have lived in Los Altos since I was 2. I love living in our town, and I've participated in the window painting on Halloween. I go to the pep parade with my family every single year, and I enjoy the Festival of Lights parade. And I love going to the farmers market in the summer. While these events are amazing, nothing compares to the time I spend at the off-leash dog park at Hillview with my puppies, Smarty and Benji, and their Havanese. They are amazing dogs, and they have made so many friends at the dog park. My sisters and I have also made a lot of friends with the neighborhood children who bring their dogs there. We love walking to the dog park after dinner on most evenings. Please keep Hillview Dog Park open. It has been so much fun, and it is important to me and my neighborhood friends. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Zainab.
Our next speaker is Bibi Millet.
Yes, hello, I'm Bibi, and I'm a direct neighbor to the Hillview baseball field. And I am a dog owner, but I no longer go to the park because it's gotten unhealthy and unsafe for me, my family, my pets. And I wholeheartedly support the park's recommendation to discontinue the off-leash program at our baseball field. And please do find a different, more adequate location that can be properly managed. It needs to be fenced. We need different times for small dogs and big dogs. Please keep our safety in mind for our community, and thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Bibi.
Our next speaker is Jean Frogali? Jean?
Jean Faraglia?
Yes.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. I support the park's recommendation to discontinue the off-leash program at Hillview Park. I also think that they did a pretty thorough job there in looking at the alternatives. One of them caught my eye, which was over by the soccer field. I've worked with Beth Hutchins, who represents the off-leash dogs. I think that would be an ideal location to drill down on. I've worked with her on a program that could get this thing up and running in a short period of time, Q1 of next year, fully funded without city funds, with input from parks, of course, as well as off-leash programs that are being run by Mountain View and the County of Santa Clara. It can be done. It should be done. This town needs a dedicated dog park. Dog park defined as perimeter fence, open all day long, 7 days a week. And I think it can be done if the staff and the council gets behind this and helps parks and Bet and her community put this together. I think it can be done in a timely manner and it makes sense. And it's a great location that Parks has identified. We've had numerous discussions about this and they've also identified some other locations. So I think it can be done if we all put our energies together to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
Our next speaker is David Stiff.
Hello, Council. This is David Stiff. I'm a Los Altos resident. I'd like to cede my minutes to Lisa Deegan, please.
Thank you, David.
Our next speaker is Scott Spielman.
Hello, Council. I was one of the people that was involved in the original dog park proposal, along with Teresa Morris and Stuart Ekman. I believe that we were headed in the right track, but there were problems with the implementation of Hillview that I believe that our recommendations weren't completely followed. I think we needed a team that included residents, dog owners and non-dog owners, staff, and commissioners to monitor this and work very closely with people. I know that some of the commissioners were out there, but I think we were lacking in that team. I believe that the enforcement of the hours was inadequate, and therefore I think the field got more abuse than it should have, because our hours were supposed to be limited. And so the lack of enforcement and the lack of a team to really be closely monitoring this and the lack of close feedback hindered, I think, some of what we would have hoped. So I recommend that you continue the program. If you were to stop this program, you would eliminate something that's been in the works for 12 years. And I believe that some of the issues like fencing and conditioning can be remedied. And I'd recommend that you find ways to continue this as you look at other options as well.
Thanks, Scott.
Our next speaker is Alan.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to cede my time to Mehmet, please.
Thanks, Alan.
Our next speaker is Ted Korkerneck. Ted? Mr. Korkerneck? Okay, we will move on to Cheryl.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate everyone's time, the many hours that the subcommittee and the council has spent on this issue. As a dog owner, I really feel the need for a place for my dog to run off leash and socialize with other dogs. I wanted to echo what Jim said about increasing the hours that a field is open wherever we find it. But I'd like to add that I feel like if what I'm hearing is too many dogs have come to this field, part to me of the issue is that we're trying to find one field. And I feel like we need multiple fields so that people can spread out over lots of fields and not all overwhelm a single field. Also, I think I wanted to echo what Zanab said about this really benefiting our neighborhood community building. That a lot of us have come a lot closer during the pandemic, and I would hate to see the loss to our community of this strong, vibrant group of people who've met from all neighborhoods and all different walks of life, meeting each other and becoming closer. I would hate to see the loss of that if we just close this and don't find other options for people to meet. And then I also last wanted to say that dog trainers really emphasize the importance of us socializing our dogs, which means having them have a place to play together off leash in terms of making the dogs friendlier and less aggressive. And I think that benefits our whole community. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth.
Hi, good evening, council members and public. This is Elizabeth from the Los Altos History Museum, and I wanted to thank the City Council and the Parks and Rec staff for putting this up on the agenda today and for considering it. Definitely, we at the museum were very much looking forward to the dog park being next door and having the community gather. And we recognize that that's a really important thing to have dogs socialize. We really hope that a safe and sustainable solution will be found for the community and for the dog owners. And we appreciate so much the City Council considering this motion today. And we would recommend, especially with the rainy season coming on and everything else going on, that it's great to take a bit of a break as you find a good permanent solution to the dog park issue. So thank you for taking the museum's position into consideration.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Our next speaker is Danielle S.
Hi, this is Danielle Schmitz. I'm actually going to be ceding my time to Mehmet.
Okay. Our next speaker would be Joe Beninato.
Good evening. It's Joe Beninato. I think it's obvious we need a solution to the dog park issue. I actually think we need multiple dog parks within Los Altos. For the record, I don't own a dog. We don't own a dog. So this is not personal preference. I get nothing out of this. Other than I will say, as a Los Altos Little League coach for many years, I think there are many of you who can relate to a fifth grader coming up to you with poop on their shoes or elsewhere, which is even worse, and having to deal with that situation as a Little League coach. It's not appropriate for dogs and children to be sharing the same field. It just doesn't work. You see this all over the city with the various fields for the various sports, whether it's soccer or baseball or softball or anything else. So I hope we can find a solution, and hopefully we can do it quickly. It doesn't seem like we need to take 5 more years to figure this out. Let's find a fenced in area somewhere. It might cause some impact to other activities, and we need to trade those off and get something. I've heard very positive things about the community aspects of this, especially with COVID. It's just that Hillview was not the right place to be doing this. So I hope we can figure this out soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Our next speaker is Dan, followed by Betty and Steve. Dan. Dan?
Yes. Dan, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
about that. Anyways, so this is Dan Byer. I've gone to I have a dog, and I've gone to the park about maybe a dozen times during this trial period, and I have found it very beneficial. I think it's great for building community. I see a little bit of field damage, so I can understand where that comment's coming from. But for the noise, I wonder whether you know 20 kids screaming at a softball game could be noisier if we're rating the noise worse just because it's coming from maybe a dog. When I've been there, it's never seemed very noisy. I really think it does a great job bringing the community together. I'd hate to lose that, and I'm very fearful if we shut this down and try to find another spot, that's going to go on another 10 years. I'd like to echo what Jim Sweeney said, that if we could keep this open until we find another spot, or even multiple spots would be better. That would be great. Just shutting it down, I'm afraid we're going to go through years of not having this. I think it's interesting that Commissioner Corrigan said one of the issues was this seemed to be too popular. Too many dogs came to it. And, that should tell us something, that the community really does need a dog park. And it would be a big mistake to take this away. So thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Madam Mayor, I have speaker by the name of Betty and Steve, and it's telling me that their Ring Central needs to be updated. So if they download a Ring Central app, they should be able to speak, and that's located on the agenda. And if I could please remind the speakers to please state their name clearly for our listeners and their city of residence. And then our next speaker would be Ann.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So hi, this is Anna. I'm going to ceding my time to Lisa.
Okay. Our next speaker would be Marta T. Marta?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so this is Marta Tkalchevich. I'm a resident of Los Altos. And I'm going to keep this short. I think a lot of people already made a good point, and it's getting late, so I don't want to really prolong this more than needed. But I think just to kind of touch upon the main things, I mean, it really is popular. I find it silly that it's getting recommended to be closed because you're getting too many people there. It's the only place where we can go. That being said, wherever you put a dog park, there's always going to be, or off-leash area, there's always going to be people that live around. They're not going to be happy. That's just kind of the nature of the off-leash area or dog park. One thing I'll say is with the noise that come with a baby, I often feel more embarrassed about my little baby yelling and screaming than my dog barking, because the baby is much louder than the dog. And finally, I guess one question would be, if this really does get now, paused or stopped, does this mean that if I go somewhere in Los Altos, I won't get a fine? Because my biggest issue is, how can you fine me if you don't give me anywhere else to go where I can legally get my dog off a leash? And I think I already kind of made this point once, but it really is the same as if you say, oh, every citizen in Los Altos will be punished and fined if they don't walk on a sidewalk, but there's no sidewalks to walk on. It's kind of crazy. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to echo what the city clerk asked about stating your name and residence, we're not requiring that. When we were in person, we had cards where we'd give speakers the option of filling out the cards. It's useful to have that information for us, but if you choose not to give your name or your residence, that's okay as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alon Emmett.
Hi, my name is Alon Amit. I'm a resident of Los Altos. I would also like to cede my time to Lisa Deegan. And if protocol allows it, my wife Marit is here as well. If she can speak up, can she cede her time as well?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marit Amit. I'm also a resident, and I also would like to cede my time to Lisa Deegan.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so our next speaker will be Linda Folkman. Linda?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to cede my time to Mehmet, and the same as the previous speaker, my husband is here with me, Steve Folkman, and can he speak and then also cede his time?
Yes, Linda.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Hi, yes, I'd like to cede my time to Mehmet. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker would be Jeff Beckman.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Jeff Beckman. I am a resident of Los Altos, and I would like to cede my time to my friend Mehmet.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay. Our next speaker is Ziv. Ziv?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, hello, good evening, everyone. I'd like to cede my time to Lisa again.
Thanks, Ziv.
Sure, thank you.
Next speaker is Betty.
Here, dear, come. Come. Hi, this is Bet Houchins. I would like to cede my time to Lisa Deegan. My husband is right here. He wants to cede his time as well.
This is Steve Houchins from Los Altos. I'd like to cede my time to Lisa Deegan.
So at this point, we've reached the maximum 10 minutes for Lisa. And so Steve, I hear you, and it's fine if you want to cede your time to Lisa, but she is at the 10-minute limit right now.
I will actually cede my time to Mehmet, if that's okay.
So, and you will be the last speaker who can cede your time to Mehmet. So I'll put you in the Mehmet column.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now I believe we're at the, well, let's try Larry Barron.
Yeah, Larry and Ted.
Hi, am I on?
You were on.
Larry.
Well, I was going to cede my time, but I don't have to now. One of the things I came upon as a solution to the issues with the sports field and off leash. And I've sent, or I made a diagram that shows an outfield fence bracketing the Little League field. And on the outside of this semicircle that comes from home plate, there's an off the leash area. So with this method, you could have off leash and Little League in the same place, and the off leash people wouldn't be bothering the Little League field because they'd be separated by an outfield fence that's 175 or so feet from home plate. And I understand that the Little League management would would be amenable to a home run fence. So I think you've all seen the diagram, so I'll stop there.
Thanks, Larry. And City Clerk, I think Ted, let's go back to Ted Kokonak.
Well,
Mr. Kokernak, can you?
Hello, this is Ted Kokernak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Thank you for your time, City Council and other people in attendance. I am a supporter of the City Dog Park at this location because this is a very popular dog park. It is important that it be run in a manner that is safe for all concerned, and I've heard some of the objections. A fence along the walkway would solve that problem rather handily. I think it's unreasonable to close Hillview without having an alternative park open before it's closed. I've heard the objections that there's some damage to the field. And when you compare this to the soccer field, the damage is quite similar. The crows and the other raccoons do take a toll on it. It's true the dogs have done some damage, but we do fill in the holes when they appear. I just think that this is a situation where we can all learn to play well together. And we really need a dog park in town. I think the fact that so many people use the dog park in the constricted hours that have been allotted shows that. Dawn to dusk time would allow people to spread out their usage of the dog park in a more appropriate manner and probably reduce some of the noise and crowding problems. And with that, I hope that you will come to a decision to extend the use of this Hillview for the dog park. Thank you.
Ted.
So, Mayor, I think we're down to our 3 speakers who have time.
I have 10 minutes for Mehmet, 10 minutes for Lisa, and 3 minutes for Janine.
That's what I have. Who? And I see Mr. Martin has raised his hand.
So let's do Mehmet, Lisa, Janine, and then go to Frank.
Okay, so Mehmet is okay.
Hello.
Hi there.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay.
10 minutes up to, and Mehmet, you have up to 10 minutes. You do not need to use the entire time.
Yeah, probably I will not, but thank you very much. So I am Mehmet Deveci, and I strongly support the off-leash program at the Hillview, and I am disappointed with the Parks and Recreation report. Parks and Recreation report stated that the pilot failed in terms of the number of incidents, field conditions, and unlawful activity. In terms of the incidents, safety-related issues could be addressed with installation of the fences, and we have been asking for this from the very beginning of the pilot. I also disagree with the statement that the pilot did not decrease unauthorized off-leash use of the other Los Altos parks. If this was a success criteria, it appears that pilot was set for a failure from the very beginning with absurd dog park hours. At this point, only meaningful evaluation that can take place is to look at whether there was a decrease in the unauthorized off-leash use of Los Altos parks from 7 to 9 a.m. and p.m. Any other evaluation is not justifiable, and it is not a representation of what would happen if you provide more reasonable dog park hours. So we have been asking from the beginning for more reasonable hours in addition to more time in the park. This should distribute the crowd more evenly to different times of the day, and it should reduce the noise to the neighbors. For the field conditions, we understand that the use of the park by dogs and owners have associated wear and tear damages. But I am very bothered by the efforts that blame the dogs and the dog owners for the field damages that are in fact caused by crows, raccoons, or improper watering during the hot summer season. For this, I appreciate it if you can check my email to the City Council, where I provided picture evidence that shows the soccer field in the next door is in no better condition than the Hillview Park. It has a lot more dry patches without any dog activity. I also provided pictures of the very nice arc-shaped dry patches in the Hillview Park that the dogs are blamed for. And if you locate the center of each arc, so you will find a sprinkler, which suggests that these happen due to the improper watering. I also provided historical satellite images from Google Earth from 2017 and 18 that show that most of these dry patches existed in the park, and they are recurrent every year due to imperfect watering. So this year was not an exception. There are definitely dry patches that happen due to the dog urination, but these are not bigger than a half-foot diameter circle. These are mostly unnoticeable compared to any other existing damages, and no one is notice that, and no one is pointing that. I also understand that the bigger issue is due to the dogs digging. As owners, we do our best to prevent this, but there are still holes. But again, they are not bigger than a half-foot diameter circle. But is this really a difficult problem to solve? It takes no more than 5 minutes for one of our fellow dog owners, which is actually Ted, to walk around the field and fill the holes with dirt with no tools other than a coffee cup. So instead of being solution-oriented, I don't think we should waste the city resources on endless dog park discussions for the next 5, 10, maybe 20 years, when addressing this issue is this simple. So now let me tell you why I think the Hillview Dog Park is very important to the community. I've been an immigrant in the US for the last 10 years and lived in Los Altos less than 2 years now. Thanks to the Hillview Park, for the first time I met my neighbors. I built relations with very diverse group of people with different ethnicities and ages. During COVID, my wife and I had a wedding canceled. We ended up having only an online wedding and we had a newborn baby with no support. We were completely away from our families who live in overseas, and our neighbors were the only people that shared these moments with us and gave us support. This says a lot about the character of the community that Hillview Park enabled and fostered. So now, running into the fellow dog park neighbors and being able to chat with them while walking in the streets and downtown makes me feel like I lived here more than just the 2 years. It makes me feel like Los Altos is my home. It is the small town that I grew up and lived all my life. This gives me the feeling of belonging even as an outsider. So Pilot and the Hillview Park was a success to me. I also like to mention that anyone who came to the park more than a couple of times would recognize me as the guy who constantly kicked the ball for several of the dogs. I built all these relations while still engaging and constantly watching over my dogs, which is unlike the claims that socializing interferes with people paying attention to their dogs. Lastly, I'd like to say that Parks and Rec suggested looking for other options and shut down the Hillview Park, but this is very unsettling and it is a sign of another 10-20 years of endless dog park discussions. We will probably have many Parks and Rec Commission changes before it is delivered, and every change will put us to the beginning of all these dog park discussions. If you cancel the Hillview Dog Park, which was selected after at least 10 years of work. I agree that Parks and Rec should explore the other alternatives, but if they cannot deliver it, it will be the dog owners of the Los Altos that will pay the price. So I hope that you will not shut off the Hillview Dog Park, at least until a viable alternative is being set and delivered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehmet.
So our next speaker would be Lisa.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for your time and consideration this evening. My name is Lisa Deegan. I'm here to represent 339 Los Altons in favor of the off-leash dog park program. Who are we? Well, we're your neighbors. Most of us are within walking distance of Hillview Park. We're highly responsible members of this community. CFOs, entrepreneurs, engineers, doctors, lawyers, parents, and students. We are ready, willing, and able to work with the city, all stakeholders, to address and resolve any issues. You provided us with a park at Hillview and we showed up in droves, so thank you for this opportunity. So through this pilot, we created a tight knit of the community and dog owners, non-dog owners, and friendly neighbors. We were disappointed by the Parks Commission's vote to discontinue this off-leash program. Los Altos not having a dog park for our residents and their dogs has been a long-standing issue and with no resolution. So I'm hoping that we can come to an agreement. So this pilot showed us several things, and we feel that these issues can be addressed. Number one, there's such a huge need, and I won't get in, everybody's been talking about, how important it is, but just to have something walking distance from our homes and a place to take our dogs off leash is just huge. And other communities have this that surround us. Why can't we? So there are issues and we need to address them, and we want to work together and have your support. I just want to quickly share, I just met a boy yesterday when I was at the park. He was sitting in the grass petting dogs, and he was by himself, and I walked up to him and he said, well, I don't have a dog. My parents are so allergic, and this is the closest I will ever get to having a dog. I felt so bad because I had to explain to him what was going on at Hillview. I also met two brothers on a separate occasion who live on Hillview with their dog, on Hillview, and they brought their dog. The older brother had told me, this has been really great for my younger brother who had Down syndrome. And immediately, without missing a beat, the younger brother looked at him and said, hey, this has been good for you. It was so cute. So number two, in addition to the need, we hear you loud and clear on safety and liability. They're huge top priorities. Are really a fence. You know, all the incidents that happened were confirmed and expected because an off-leash area really does require a fence. So the nice thing is, you know, the field will support a fence. A fence for containment would solve most of the issues. It would ensure the safety of residents, you know, passing by. It would provide a barrier for maintenance or staff or any personnel. And containment really would be the key to keeping the dogs in the area, off the baseball area. And Little League is willing to work with us and would be willing to, and we'd be willing clearly to work around Little League's hours. They would get priority. So bottom line, no surprise, fence would really help solve these issues. So I won't repeat what Larry had already talked about, but having a fence really around these perimeters would help. And he did provide a diagram, so hopefully you've seen that. So we also would love to collaborate with the city to find creative ways to fund such a fence and needed improvements. For example, we quickly raised $9,000 in pledges for a temporary fence. Maybe we can get in even, you know, a permanent one. So dog owners right now pay the city about $20 in annual licensing fees per dog. So with an estimated 3,800 dogs in town, which definitely has increased due to the puppy pandemic, this adds up to $76,000 a year. Certainly some of those fees could go towards an off-leash program. So thank you, Mr. Sweeney and others who addressed the clarification on the field condition, because I have witnessed with water being turned off, turning into dry patches, then turned into mud, and then with early dew in the morning and the evening, this leads to a muddy mess, crows feasting, and the soccer field looks exactly the same. And we also have satellite pictures to prove this. So the park is a community asset. All the stakeholders' needs should really be addressed. Neighbors, we recognize your issues and your needs. We want to work with you to solve them. Police, Parks and Rec, Maintenance, History Museum, Little League. We want to work with everyone. And I want to mention that we're concerned with the way we were portrayed in the park subcommittee report. And we want you to know that we've been diligent with our dogs and other dogs, stopping digging, minimizing barking, being alert when new dogs enter the park or walk by, keeping dogs off the infield, picking up poop. Yes, we took extra bags because guess what? We helped pick up extra poop. So knowing where our dogs were at all times. Having a dog really is a responsibility, and we take that seriously, and we are responsible. So next steps, what do we as dog owners think how we can solve this? Because we've learned what we need to do to make it work, the Parks and Recs department is dedicated to enabling recreational opportunities, and we've proven it's such a significant need. Let's work together. Let's make this successful for our community. This is what council expected of us, and this is what our 340 members are eager to do. It takes a village. We've worked really hard together to be responsible about this. Los Altos is pet friendly. We have the 75-year history of our annual pet parade. We want to build on this great legacy by continuing to provide a safe place to socialize and exercise our dogs off leash within our own city, with our neighbors in our community. So we ask for your vote, because this is a vote to strengthen the Los Altos community. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, I will allow for others to speak, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. So let's go to Janine Valadez, who has 3 minutes, Frank Martin, 1.5 minutes, and then I see Nancy with her hand raised, who would also get another 1.5 minutes, and then we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion and direction.
Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, I endorse the Park Subcommittee's report. Oh, by the way, I am a park commissioner, but I am speaking as a private resident. I encourage the council to accept their recommendations wholly. I refer the council to my public comment letter that I sent to you on 9/20, where I detailed my concerns with Hillview Baseball. Those concerns continue, but I have made additional findings since then. And I won't go into the details of the dog park attributes that I think are beneficial. You can find them in the letter that I sent to you. But I do want to comment about my vision for Los Altos. I envision a Los Altos that is populated with many mobile and pop-up dog parks. One of the issues we have is that no single community can accept a permanent dog park. We need to get the community used to having dog parks nearby. And the only way to do that is to do what many other communities have across the country, to create small scale between 400 and 5,000 square foot mobile dog parks as a means to achieve many goals, including not only just to test sites for suitability as permanent dog parks, but more importantly, as the main attribute of their ongoing plan to have dog parks in various neighborhoods on a rotational basis. This allows many more communities, not just the Hillview community, to benefit from dog parks. It allows people to be walking distance to their local park. It allows the city to achieve cost savings in materials, installation, and maintenance. It keeps dog parks away from sports fields. They do not mix. I've said that before. It also allows the city to create all kinds of value-added programs in terms of dog-related and even human-related activities with dogs, including mental health therapies and dog shows and agility training and dog training. I want to emphasize that the purpose of dog parks is not really to enable human socialization. It's to really enable dog socialization and dog training. Behaviorists say, yes, off-leash is good, but off-leash is good when it's controlled and when it's kind of smaller in size, not huge, so that especially younger dogs can understand that leadership in their humans is just right nearby. So we don't need anything nearly as large as Hillview Baseball. I've identified several sites, much more than 5 or 6, that are small, that can happen all over the city. And I've also shared with the council links to 6 successful mobile and pop-up dog park examples throughout the country in video links where you can actually see the parks in action. And finally, I think that it's really important that the city take very seriously the fact that we need dog parks throughout the city, not just in one place, not in service to just one community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Janine.
Our next speaker is Frank Martin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We need to reset the clock because it says 9 seconds. That's not going to work.
No, that's not going to work, is it? I think I actually get you a different clock. Okay, Mr. Martin, are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go.
Hi, I'm Frank Martin. I've lived in South Los Altos for 45 years. This is my second dog ownership. Anyways, I would say that Lisa's got it right in terms of what happened at Hillview. We shouldn't shut Hillview down. We'll be waiting another 13 years. I was 66 when this started. I'm 79. I hope I'm still around when we have a dog park. Everything Lisa explained about Hillview should apply to Grant Park and every other park we have. I disagree with a person named Janine Valdez on this topic because basically all we're talking about is sharing the fields that we already have, and we can find a way to do that. After 13 years, if we discovered the big problems we have is that dogs bark and some dogs dig holes, for gosh sakes, we can fix that. I go to Sunnyvale every day. I experience the same kind of things you heard from Lisa. We built a community. By the way, we have as many as 30 dogs playing alongside with soccer kids and baseball kids all at the same time. We all get along. We all learn how to do it. We actually have chairs. We sit down. We solve the world's problems. It's socialization that's really important. So I want to see you have the big, bold action to actually make dog off-leash hours available at most of our parks, including Grant Park. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Frank.
Our next speaker is Nancy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Nancy. I've lived in Los Altos for over 20 years.
I just want to say I support the subcommittee recommendation to discontinue the off-leash program at the Hillview baseball field. But I also support exploring a fenced off-leash area somewhere in the middle of Los Altos in an area that's not near residential housing. I think noise and those kinds of things are a big problem. I commend the efforts of the subcommittee of the dog people and their efforts to try and make this palatable, and also to the neighbors at Hillview that were such good sports to give this pilot a try. And I also want to say I'm excited about some of the ideas that are away from housing. The parking lot near the soccer field, for example, maybe the playground by Lacey, and the maintenance yard in front of Mackenzie that are away from people's homes. I think sometimes dog people, I'll call them dog people, I like dogs, don't realize some of the things that that people don't like. They get so used to their dogs that they don't realize that other people don't want dogs running underfoot and tripping elderly people, or they sniff poo and sometimes eat it and sniff near it, and then they come over and lick you and kiss you. And I know that that's a loving thing for a dog, but for people who find that unsanitary, it's not right for them to have to put up with that. So the fenced area is the right way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, thank you, City Clerk. We're going to bring it back to Council for discussion and direction.
I'm sorry, we have one more hand up.
Okay, I did the last call, but I will allow it. So let's go ahead and give the speaker a minute and a half.
I believe it's Mike T. Mike T.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I fully support the continuation of the off-leash program at Hillview and trying to find other locations. Touching on points that everyone has mentioned, we've done our due diligence. We really try and keep it as best as we can, considering there is only one focused area where the dogs can go, as well as supporting the fencing, which will help reduce, I think, some of those issues, whether unfounded or not, with the attacks. Working together with the rest of the residents, it's been a great community building process with this pilot. So I'm really in favor of continuing it. Another question raised before is I've not gotten an answer of will animal control not be called out when we don't have a dog park to go to. It's been a recurring issue. I just really hope the city can figure out a way to finalize putting a dog park somewhere in the city, hopefully within downtown. Mobile dog parks do not make sense. You're expecting people to travel to different parts of the city where it's not convenient to walk to reduce single occupant vehicle trips. That makes no sense. So I'm supporting the dog park. I hope the city can come to a feasible term and figure out a dog park sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, council members, it's time to discuss and make decisions. Of course, thanks to all the speakers. Thanks for being here and thanks for staying this late. We really appreciate hearing your feedback and comments. So who on council would like to get us started? Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that I have probably been more involved in the process of trying to find a dog park or off-leash hours more than anyone else on this call right now, with the possible exception of Director Hernandez, who used to be the Director of Parks and Rec. This has been a very, very long process, and it has been a very contentious and emotional process. And we've really seen that tonight, right? I mean, we've seen it at Parks last meeting. We've seen it in the public comments we've been getting. People feel very, very strongly about this issue. And it is so difficult to try to find a solution that satisfies everyone. And I suspect that there probably isn't a solution that satisfies everyone. By way of history, I think that it's important for the council to keep in mind that at least going back to what, 2008, when our parks master plan was put together, there was a notion that a dog park or off-leash hours should be a component of our city's recreation facilities. I don't know what happened between the time that the city adopted the plan and I became a park commissioner, I think in about 2015. But really, by the time I got there, not a whole lot had been done. In 2016 or early 2017, the Parks and Rec Commission had a lot of turnover. I think three park members ended up leaving the commission. Two of whom happen to be here tonight. One is Mayor Flygore and the other is Larry Barron, who we heard from earlier. I was the vice chair at the time, and then I became the de facto chair. And I thought, hey, wouldn't it be great if we took up the issue of dog parks and off-leash hours? This is a great way for new commissioners to really get their feet wet. Let's get moving on it and see what it takes. I had no idea of the long, arduous process that this would have led us to. And it has been a long, arduous process. We have heard Parks and Rec and the council has heard from a lot of people, and I don't just mean tonight. I mean, for years now, residents have been letting us know what they want, what they don't want, what they think is the best course for the city to take. I can tell you that the process just leading up to the pilot program was enormous. I mean, I remember park meetings when I was still a commissioner that would go to 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember one meeting where then Commissioner Spielman was able to convince me to change my mind very, very late or very early in the day at that point. So a lot of consideration has gone into this tonight. So here we are now with a pilot program that is about to end, trying to figure out what we should do from here. And there are a couple of observations that I want to share. The first is that I truly believe that if we end the off-leash program at Hillview, we are ending off-leash hours or a fenced-in dog park in Los Altos for a very long time. There are other ideas, and I think that those ideas will percolate, but the process that was necessary just to get the idea of a pilot program to council was overwhelming. I mean, there were public meetings. Councilmember Meadows mentioned the meeting that she went to at Grant Park. That was the small one. There was another one at the Garden House, which had probably 3, 4, maybe 5 times as many people show up. I mean, to do this right, a lot of public input has to go into the process. And we're not just going to ask Park to go back and come back in a month or two with another idea. That's not how it works. That's not the way Los Altos works, right? We all know that we have to have a lot of public input. So moving on, I got to say, I really am struck by what I am hearing from the community that desperately wants to keep off-leash hours. I did not anticipate, but it's clear that a very strong community has developed around the off-leash program at Hillview. And we heard one member of the public say dog parks and off-leash hours aren't about the people, they aren't about socialization. I don't agree with that. I very much believe that these amenities are for the people as much or more than they are for the dogs. And I have to say that personally, I simply could not cast a vote to end that society, to end that socialization, to end that community that has developed. I just could not do it. So what do we do though? Because it seems pretty clear that we're not going to be able to have off-leash hours during baseball season, right? I mean, the staff report has been pretty clear. We've heard from a lot of people. Off-leash hours and dog parks and sports fields don't mix. And I really didn't want to believe that, but I think that the pilot program has showed that there is truth in that. But I think there is a solution. Hopefully all of us have seen it, but someone has sent a diagram, a picture of Hillview with a home run fence, 170 feet from home plate. Last night, I was talking by email with Steve Apfelberg, who is the president of Los Altos Little League. And, he wouldn't commit to anything because there's no formal project in front of him. But conceptually, he thinks that Little League could very much live with and be happy with a ball field that had a home run fence 175 feet away from home plate. I think that is probably the best idea moving forward. So if we're able to put together a more serious, a more detailed proposal that had that home run fence, and then we've got the society that says that they have pledges for $9,000 toward additional fencing. We build the home run fence, we build that additional fencing, not temporary fencing, but permanent fencing. You've now got a ball field that, quite frankly, is going to look a lot more like a ball field with a semicircle home run field. And we have a great location for a fenced-in dog park. We have eliminated, I think, all of the problems other than noise. And in terms of noise, I wonder if a different type of fence or something added on to the chain link fence between the houses behind on the north side of the field that face the would-be dog park could be I think there've got to be ways of mitigating the noise, but it seems to me that really is the best solution that is in front of us. I think that it is not cost prohibitive. I think that it is a wonderful compromise. It sounds to me like the dog park and off-leash proponents are in favor of it. They would support it. It sounds to me like Little League would support it. I truly believe that if we don't keep something going at Hillview, we're going to lose an amenity for dog owners for a very long time. And just because if the council is inclined to go this route, that does not preclude Park or anyone else from thinking about other solutions, because I think there are other solutions that should be explored. But given how the dog owners want to work with the city, given the demand that we know we have for off-leash hours or a dog park, and given that there's now a very creative solution, I just think it would be a shame for us to kill it.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. So I'm not sure if I'm going to go through this in a logical order. I'll try. So first of all, let's talk about a pilot. We ran a pilot, we approved a pilot for off-leash hours. Almost uniformly, all the speakers talked about the dog park. That's because the off-leash hours became a dog park. And why am I making that semantic difference? I'm saying that because what we thought we were testing was off-leash hours, a couple hours in the morning, few hours in the evening. But because the owners and the dogs came, this turned into a dog park. And they were there all hours. Some tried to stick with the off-leash, defined off-leash hours, but some didn't. And you can hear everyone talk about the dog park. So we ran a pilot. And one of the things I think we learned from that pilot, well, A, it's obvious we need facilities for dog owners to take their dogs, but B, it's not really off-leash hours that work. We need a dog park. And that also, I think what we also learned is obviously you need enclosure fences for dogs. You can't have them running around off leash without them being in a secure environment. And so that further speaks to a dog park in my mind. And I agree with a lot of the speakers, and I think Councilmember Weinberg mentioned this also. We need multiple of these enclosed dog park facilities throughout our town. I think we need to think about not requiring half an acre. I mean, where there's so few half-acre parcels, even our homes are mostly on quarter acres. So I do think that we need to look creatively at some other spaces throughout town where we might not have considered because they weren't in our official parks. That said, I don't know if the community seems to understand that even if this pilot program is continued as, let's call it off-leash hours, because that was at least the intention, rather than a dedicated dog park, because Hillview is still going to be by definition a multi-use shared facility. And by the way, we've had very little input from Little League. The letter from the email from Mr. Apfelberg, and excuse me if I'm pronouncing his name wrong, gave a very different input than what Councilmember Weinberg has. So we haven't done our due diligence regards to the multi-use in the field, that's for sure. But regardless of that, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. It happens. I told you I wouldn't necessarily be linear in this, but we have, we need to give due diligence consideration to the other use of the field. So if we're going to have enclosed spaces for dogs, potentially this is an elegant solution that we're talking about to put the home run fence in. But I say this often at council, I think we should send this to staff to look at what some of the creative ideas have come forward and bring us bring some ideas back to us. And I remember where I was going, which is November 14th, all the fields close for the public doesn't seem to be aware. Even if we continue Hillview in perpetuity tonight, that field will be closed November 15th through January. So I'm pointing that out because, you know, in reality, again, and it makes sense, I think if you're a dog owner, there's going to be dogs on that field, but that period of time, there will not be a pilot program, there will not be a program in perpetuity. That field will be closed for regeneration and maintenance. I was at the field yesterday. I live actually fairly close to the field and used to walk through it more often than I have lately. But I was a little disturbed by something we found on that field, because a lot of the people we've talked to are very conscientious dog owners, even the ones who aren't necessarily supportive of that field there do pick up the poop and all that stuff. But yesterday, when I met some of the residents at the dog park, somebody had blue duct taped all the signs talking about the pilot and had blue duct taped across the description of this as a pilot program. So the signs had morphed into Hillview off-leash dog hours. I have a photo, you know, I took a photo, and maybe Mr. Hernandez can, you know, speak to whether this is still there. But to me, I know most of the residents are conscientious, but someone was purposefully blanking out with duct tape the fact that this was a pilot, and they had blanked out on 2 of the 3 signs the QR code to contact the city and give feedback. So that to me was discouraging, because we're having a dialogue here tonight. Let's try to engage in it constructively and figure out what we need to do as a community to make sure we do find facilities for dogs. But what I would do, because again, these fields are closing November 15th, the fields are closed November, or maybe it's on the 14th, whichever day. We have some time. I would like our new city manager to think about things from a fresh perspective. You know, just because it's taken 12 years to get here doesn't mean there aren't some good ideas incorporating what we've learned. And I want him to work with whatever team, including the subcommittee and staff, to bring us something before those fields open up again. Because I myself am not willing, and also without the Little League input on co-use of the field, I personally am not willing to say, yes, we're going to continue Hillview. I need, I think, for staff with, you know, some assistance to look at some creative options. So that's my opinion. Sorry, it was a little garbled. It's kind of a garbly time of night.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Vice Chair Morris, I see you have your hand raised. I'm going to go to you if it's a response to something you heard.
It is, just briefly, and I can be corrected, I'm sure, by staff, but the duct tape was put up by staff. So it was because the pilot program, and let's let Director Legge let you know the details.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Legge.
So when the pilot program was over on the 28th of September, we put up duct tape covering up the dates because it originally said April 1st to September. And so we covered it up and the QR code because we were no longer taking any surveys because the pilot program was April to September. And so as council through resolution extended the service of an off-leash park, that would be between September 28th and November 14th before it's closed for maintenance. That's why we took off the word pilot. So in fact, today, as suggested, we went back over and took a marker and put this program will be over on November 14th to make it more clear. But we would specifically as an outcome from the last council meeting and the extension program, we removed the QR code and the word pilot.
Thank you for that clarification, and I rescind my other interpretation.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Director Legge. I think when we extended it, we extended the pilot. I understand covering the QR code if we're closing the feedback survey, and I understand covering the dates because they were no longer correct. But I think the word pilot should have remained. And depending on what happens this evening, I would encourage staff, and I'll defer to the city manager to look at that again. Councilmember Liang.
Just to add on to that, I did see those signs. I did tape. I drew the same. I knocked on the Parks and Rec store and I said the date needs to be on there and to uncover the word pilot. So I shared both of your sentiments and jumped to the same conclusion. But I didn't want the public to get the wrong idea that this was a permanent off-leash dog park. So that said, I do agree with Councilmember Meadows in that we have to do our due diligence because the letter we got from the Little League, it conflicts with what I've heard tonight by many of the speakers. What I'm also concerned with is not that we're not reaching out to the other organizations that utilize that field. We have Skyhawks that utilize that field for other sports activities for children, as well as I believe we use that field when kids play football. So I think that it's not only one sports organization that we need to reach out to and their parents and that community, it's other sports organizations that utilize their field. I've heard from parents. Go ahead, Director Legge. Did you want to correct me? Maybe I'm incorrect on the organizations.
Yes, according to our field schedule pre-COVID, the only users was Little League and our own city-sponsored dog obedience class that were scheduled through our office. Doesn't mean people can't just show up and use the field, but the ones that made reservations was just Little League and our dog obedience class.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that there was Skyhawks and other programs that rented it. Like during the summer, we had other classes that utilized that field. So that said, earlier it was identified and clarified that we placed it at Hillview because it was a location where, as well, that many of the neighbors in that area did not show any resistance to the pilot. We had a neighbor who spoke himself, who was very open to the dog park. But since the pilot has been there, he himself has learned a lot. This pilot helped us to learn about the various concerns and issues when a dog park is at a shared site and near neighboring homes. I think that it's important for us to be respectful of where we placed our these sites. I think it's important, and I do appreciate the magnitude of people that did come out and speak, or who do reach out to us and tell us how important having a dog park is, or a place where our dogs can socialize. I am a dog owner. I utilize the Mountain View Village Green Dog Park a lot. I use, Grant Park a lot to socialize my dogs as well with other dogs. But I do recognize how important that is. But it is important that we've heard from many people that these, there are so many people out there that still are hesitant or resistant, whether it's cultural, whether it's fear of dogs. We need to be respectful to their feelings as well. We have people who have limited abilities that are concerned when the dogs cross their path, and it becomes a trip hazard. I took a woman to urgent care who was at the dog park because she tripped on a dog. So she had broken her wrist. So I am familiar with people who are concerned about trip hazards or are concerned with dogs running underfoot. So the goal of the city, I think, and I think we're all in agreement that we would like to find a place, a safe place for everyone to take their dogs. And I think that we were quick enough to bring back this item when we wanted to extend it. We can be quick enough to just place a timeline as to when we want this to return as well, and to direct staff as to identifying locations. So I think that just because if we support the Parks Commission recommendation doesn't mean that nothing will happen. We all feel that it's important enough to make it a priority, and we will keep it a priority. So that said, I have faith. I have faith in all of us. And so I think that it is important to continue to work to find a solution that will work for everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. Councilmember Weinberg, I see you have your hand raised. I don't know if it's to respond to the point on Steve's email and your communication with Steve. That's what I thought. So I'll give you the opportunity, and then Vice Mayor Enander, I'll come to you next, and then I will close us out, and hopefully we can give some direction. So go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that after the council got Steve's email, I thereafter exchanged emails with him. I sent him a copy of the diagram that was also sent to council. And again, he didn't make any commitments at all. I didn't even know if he'd be empowered to make commitments. Just talking very generally, he thought that it was a workable idea just looking at that one photograph. But that was after he sent the one email that everyone else on council saw.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, do we have any comments from the Vice Mayor?
No, not that I have received as of yet.
Okay, then I'll give the last comments. Vice Mayor, I'm going to close it after I give my comment.
I'm still writing.
Okay. 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 I was going to do the.
I think she said 1 minute.
That's
Yeah.
what I heard as well. And while the vice mayor is typing, I have a question for staff. Because it was on my list of things to raise, and Councilmember Meadows mentioned it already, so I'm looking for confirmation. Is it correct that starting November 15th, all the fields would be closed? So even if tonight we were to say we want to continue the program at Hillview, either as off-leash or as Councilmember Weinberg has proposed, that could not happen until next year. I really want to, I see Director Hernandez has come on. Can you explain that to us, please?
Yes, as part of our rehabilitation program for our sports fields, they will go down. So we will put a fencing in those. We try to rehabilitate most of the fields that need it, but our sports fields are priority. So yes, we will be, and that one with a little extra care that's probably going to be needed on that one, that will be one of the first ones that we fence off.
Okay, so exactly what Councilmember Meadows says, regardless of what we decide tonight, and I hope the residents are listening, starting November 15th, we would have to close an off-leash hour program or even a fenced-in area, as has been suggested by residents and Councilmember Weinberg. So I want to make sure everybody understands that timeline. Vice Mayor, are you ready? Okay. So, oh, she's sending it. Okay.
Okay, I've received it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. It begins, dogs need off-leash places to run and play, and we need more than one place in Los Altos where owners can bring their dogs for convenience and to distribute the usage load. The pilot served many of the purposes that we hoped for. We got good information on what works, what is problematic, and what can perhaps be mitigated. My colleagues have enumerated these, and I won't repeat their observations. We seem to have an opportunity to chat further with Little League using a creative solution. We are headed into a mandatory break period to allow all our parkland to recover. For all these reasons, I want to refer this matter to staff to look for multiple solutions that can be implemented in the early spring. I don't want to prejudge whether Hillview will be possible. The word multiple is in capitals. The end.
Thank you, and thanks, Vice Mayor. And that aligns with what I was going to say. And I won't repeat what has been said already. It's late, but that is the direction I was also going to suggest in light of the fact that we're going to be closing our fields. We have already approved continuing the pilot program until mid-November, and I stand by that vote. I think we should continue it until November 14th. But our fields will be closed. And so for the 2-month period that our fields would be closed, and I know it's a very short time period, but there's enough information and learnings here. And we've already gone through this process looking at other parks. So we don't have to, redo the work that has already been done. I would support direction to staff to spend the next 2 months, and a matter of fact, a little bit more than 2 months, because we can start tomorrow, to explore having a fenced-in dog park area, either at Hillview based on the proposal by the residents or somewhere else in the city. I actually support, so we have limited parkland, and my preference would be, to have 2 dog park areas, one in North Los Altos and one in South Los Altos. I see Councilman Vice Mayor is saying 3, 4, 5. I think, we already struggled to find one that works. So let's, let's not set our goals too high until we learn and move on, and then we can expand. So the direction, and I don't know if we need a motion to the attorney, but I think there's consensus for this, to direct staff. So we'll keep our pilot program, and I'll also encourage staff, please, to the extent we can, mitigate some of the concerns we've heard between now and November 14th. Let's do that. But then use the 2-month break to look at the different areas based on what you've heard from us tonight, what we would like to see in a fenced-in area, and bring that back to us in January. My preference is so that come spring, come February, March, we can move forward with a fenced-in dog park area. It could be Hillview, it could be the soccer field, it could be somewhere else. But I definitely support having a fenced-in dog park. I think it brings so many benefits to our community. I won't give a long speech, it's late. But I definitely am in favor of having a fenced-in dog park area. And if we can make it work at Hillview, great. If we can have, if not, then let's find somewhere close by and have a fenced-in dog park area. So that's the direction I would like to give staff tonight. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you so much. I agree with that. But Mayor, I would be more comfortable in making it a motion. That said, you know, if you would like to make that motion, I'd be glad to second it, because I think as a motion, it comes back to us when we say it comes back to us. So are you comfortable with making the motion, or?
I'm comfortable. I don't know if I am happy to make the motion.
Okay.
So I move that we direct staff to work on a solution, a dog park solution based on the feedback and comments they heard from council today in what we would like to see in a fenced-in dog park area and the locations that have been mentioned, and bring back options to council. I would say by January, and I want to make sure this works for the city manager, directors Leggy and Hernandez. A lot of the work has already been done. And so I'm hoping that you could bring it back in January so that there's really not a gap in having a dog park, meaning as soon as the fields are open again, we can also have an accompanying dog park wherever the location is. So Mr. England, go ahead.
Certainly, Mayor, we can make that time frame work.
Great, thank you.
And like I said, I'd be glad to second that motion.
So we have confirmation from Mr. England, motion by the mayor, Councilmember Liang. Second, okay, say for the record. And so we have the second by my colleague, Councilmember Liang. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Vice Mayor Neander? Yes. Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And thanks again to everybody who called in and shared your creative ideas. Okay, moving on. What time is it? It's 11:37. We still need to do the fee schedule. Unfortunately, we cannot continue that item. So let's see how quickly Mr. Maginot, we always have, you know, Mr. Maginot present and ask him to go quickly. Take as much time as you need, Mr. Maginot.
Can I request a bio break, a real quick bio break?
Yes, so let's take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 11:43. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor, are you there? Okay, we can start the recording again. We will resume our meeting at 11:43 p.m. and we will move on to item number 6, and I will turn it over to Mr. Maginot.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll call up my very short presentation, which I will do my best to make even shorter, given the late hour. I thank you for the opportunity to bring this item to the council and talk just very briefly about our recommended fee schedule for the remainder of this fiscal year. Very briefly, the fee schedules, the fees that we charge are really intended to cover the cost of doing business as a city. When individuals, corporations, whomever it is, uses a city service, we charge fees to recover those costs. Those costs can either be staff costs or for third-party services, and I'll talk briefly about what some of those might be. Typically, we do this annually as part of the budget process. However, for the last few years, we have not adopted our fees, or we have not adjusted our fee schedule. So our current fee schedule was adopted in May of 2018. And our facility fees, which are a specific element of the fee schedule, were last adjusted in 2017. And that is important because, as the council is very much aware, we have a new facility, which we currently do not have fees set for. And so the recommended fee schedule does include fees for that, for that facility. Now, the city conducted a cost allocation plan and a user fee study to look at what are appropriate fees for each of the services. That was done in 2019. And so the proposed fee schedule is based on that 2019 cost allocation plan and user fee study with CPI adjustments, because it is a couple of years ago. I wanted to just very briefly touch on the fact that the vast majority of our fee revenue comes from, for lack of a better term, our high revenue generators. So these are the fees that brought in at least $50,000 in revenue. And as you can see, those total to about $3.2 million of $3.5 million worth of revenue, fee revenue, in fiscal year 2019-20. And so when we look at our fee schedule, we can see it's a number of pages with hundreds of fees, but most of them either are used very sparingly. Some, we haven't used, or, we haven't received any fee revenue for it for a couple of years. And so when we talk about adjusting the fees, some perspective on, if we're adjusting a fee up $1 or $2, it isn't going to really affect the revenues that the city brings in. And so those high generating fees are these 9 categories. Now I've highlighted a few. If you'll recall, I mentioned that the cost of services, cost of doing business sometimes includes third-party costs. So the fire marshal plan check is a cost that is simply passed along to the county fire to provide that service to the community. As well, the plan checking and the energy plan check, some of those costs are also provided to our third-party plan checkers who help us check plans and evaluate. I should note that those three fees are actually not proposed to change. They are based on building permits, and the percentage is proposed to remain the same. And so with that, I'll kind of end it there. Recommendation is to adopt the fee schedule as proposed. And then we will plan and incorporate the adjustment of fees moving forward as part of the annual budgeting process. So with that, let me stop sharing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Maginot. Lauren Sissy. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for sharing this fee schedule with us. As I reviewed the fee schedule, what I'm concerned with and was disappointed in reviewing was the fee schedule for recreation facilities. So why are residents paying twice as much as nonprofits to rent a room at the community center? At our community centers, period.
Good question. I will have to defer to Ms. Legge on that question, as the recreation staff were the ones who put together the proposed fees.
Good evening. A lot of this work was done by our recreation manager, Jamie Chu. So I'm going to ask her to address this question. Ms. Chu?
Good evening, Council and Councilmember Li Ying. In regards to the fee structure, that's actually the 4 tiers that we have had in the past. And usually there is a discounted rate for nonprofits, as that is, I will say that they kind of usually what they have going forward is that they usually are nonprofits and so work to not take in profit. So we do provide a discount for those that qualify. And so they do submit their 501c paperwork in order to qualify for that tier. And so residents would be the next rate above that. And then obviously there is a higher tier for non-residents, and then for commercial businesses as well. So that was the existing structure that we have, and it has worked and is in line with many of the other neighboring neighboring areas as well.
Thank you. So have we thought about splitting the difference? Like, for example, you have the community center meeting room. The residence is 100, the nonprofit is 50. Why can't it be the same at 75? Because our residents are paid for the building. In addition, they continue to pay for the maintenance through their taxes. So in making it fair, can we consider splitting that difference and making it same?
This is all a discussion amongst the council, so it would be a decision of the council.
Okay, and then I'll pose that question to my fellow council members. Please keep that in mind. The other question I would like to ask is, I'll save it for my comments later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Liang. Who would like to go next? Questions? Nobody? No more questions? Okay, I'll quickly ask my questions. Thanks, Vice Mayor. In the staff report on page 4, I'm just trying to understand, Ms. Legge or Ms. Chu, what's the difference in the age category when you say youth versus teens? I get preschool, but then it says youth and then it says teens. Is there an age range for teens versus youth?
So in regards to our programs, pre-K tends to be that 0 to 5. Our youth tends to be 5 to 11, and then teens would be the 12 to 17 range.
And thank you. And to follow up on the nonprofit question, so we do have a special rate, a discounted rate for nonprofits, but they do have to pay but at a lower rate. It wasn't clear to me if for some nonprofits, we allow them to use our facilities for free.
No, so the nonprofit rate, nonprofits are required to pay the discounted rate. However, in the past, if there has been a request for free use, that is usually, and we've had a few that have come forward to City Council for review. And so again, nonprofits do pay, but it is at the discounted rate.
Thank you. And then my last question, and I don't see Chief Galea, so he's no longer with us, but my question actually has to do with the vehicle impound release fee, because twice in the last 6 months, we've heard from residents complaining about how high the current fee is of $237 per vehicle. And so I talked to Chief Galea, and he was able to share with me comparable rates in other cities. And I will read them. Mountain View, it's $169, Palo Alto, $140, Sunnyvale, $150, and Los Gatos, $235. So we were $2 above Los Gatos currently. But the proposal tonight is to increase it to $313.50. So I'm curious what justifies that jump?
So, and I apologize, I neglected to mention this as I was trying to shorten my presentation earlier. As I mentioned, the fees are primarily based on the 2019 cost allocation plan and user fee study. Any fee that is proposed to be increased, or fees that are proposed to be decreased, is because those fees in 2019, using those two studies, was determined that either an increase or a decrease was appropriate to set the fee at. And so I can't give you the full explanation of what went into determining what that fee amount, but it would have been that study that said, in order to provide the service, this is the actual cost of the city, and so that is what is proposed.
Thanks, Mr. Major. And as I understand with those studies, council would still have the discretion to go with a different rate. Is that correct?
Correct. I would beg and plead that it would be lower than what is proposed rather than higher.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Maginot. So let's go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back for discussion and hopefully a motion. City Clerk, I see 2 hands. So let's give each speaker, they've stayed with us so late. And if it really remains at 2, let's do 2 minutes each.
Okay, so our first speaker would be Elizabeth.
Okay, well, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Once again, this has been more entertaining than any television show I could have asked to watch. So I've enjoyed my evening, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to share with you a little bit how the museum has been responding to, obviously, the Los Altos Community Center rising next to us, which we're excited about. We have been in dialogue with Donna Legge and Jamie about the fee structure, and in particular, the rental fee structure for the Grand Oak Room. I'm sure all of you are aware that the museum supports its nonprofit mission through the rental of our patio per our agreement with the City of Los Altos. And that has been an important way that we've been able to stay admission free. It's an important way that we are able to do many of the programs and the festivals, and everything we do is because we've had that consistent and reliable revenue stream. So we've of course been in dialogue, wanting to make sure that we can see nice synergy between us and the community center next to us. We're working with Mary Jo on a fee structure. And I guess my message to you today is I do feel like the fees are, not to go against John here, but I do think that the fees are rather low for the rental of the Grand Oak Room when it comes to wedding rentals. It's being treated for residents. It's very, very inexpensive for residents. And I think you could probably look at more of a corporate rate for something like that. That is such a big financial commitment of everyone. So I would really much encourage you to consider reviewing these rates on a regular basis, and give the museum an opportunity to give you feedback on how it is impacting the museum, the rates that the community center is putting forward here.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Let's go to Roberta, and then Mr. Maginot, I'll have you respond to Dr. Ward's comment.
Hi, it's Roberta. Can I speak now?
Yes.
Okay. So I also caught, when I was going through the list, the rentals of the rooms in the community center. And the price to a regular resident, just wants to get I just had a call recently for a friend of mine, because I use the First Republic Bank for free. And then there was a group of realtors who wanted to use it. And there's been other groups who've come to me and said, you know, can you do it? And free is great. But the price that you're charging to a regular resident that wants to get together with a group is twice as much as a nonprofit. And I don't think that I think it's just too high. The orchard room at the library is $25. And I think you need to be competitive, or at least in town, that people can use. So I would ask that the fee for the residents, like Councilmember Eng said, we've paid for the community center, we're paying for the maintenance, we're paying to join, we're paying off the $10 million loan. And I think that, you know, the fee to the regular residents should be lower. And I don't think it will impact things tremendously. I think that, you know, because the community center was closed for for over 18 months, that I don't think you're going to be able to make it up all in one big swoop. Because I think that people can just they'll find alternatives that they don't need to, you know, pay an exorbitant fee as a resident here in Los Altos. So I hope you will relook at that number. I don't think it's fair. I think that the nonprofits could come up a little bit and the regular residents could come down a little bit.
Thanks, Roberta. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more hands. City Clerk, do we have any more hands?
No, you do not.
Thank you. So let's bring it back. And Mr. Maginot, let's start with you. If you could address Dr. Ward's question about how much we're charging for special events, especially in our brand new Grand Oak Room.
So is the question how much is being charged for the Grand Oak Room or how much is being charged for a special event permit? Because those are two different.
So I think she mentioned special event permit. So I'm going to have you respond and maybe address both if they're different questions to respond to.
Well, so our special event permit is a separate fee or separate permit that is required as opposed to just simply using a facility. And so a special permit, and Donna can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe a special permit is more if you are using the street or a park or an open space as opposed to simply renting a room. And so if I were a resident who wanted to rent the Grand Oak Room for a party and I was going to have, say, 200 people there, I would not need a special event permit. I would simply rent the Grand Oak Room for the event. If I were a resident and wanted to have an event in which a parade, say, celebrating how wonderful a person I am, and thousands of people were going to show up, I would have to pay the special permit fee.
But we would waive that for you because you're such a special person.
But
Yes.
John, it has to be over 150 people.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
So although Dr. Ward may have used the word special event permit, maybe what we're really talking about is the rate we currently have listed for the Grand Oak Room, and
That's correct.
whether or not it could be higher and should be higher. So could one of you speak to that, please? Director Legge.
So our fees were not only based on the structure that we had previously, but also we did comparisons to our neighboring cities. And so it's basically a market rate determination based on our neighbors and what everybody else is currently paying for. So we are a municipality, a Parks and Recreation Department. We are not a country club, for instance. And so, as mentioned previously by council members, our taxpayers, paid towards the development of this wonderful facility. And so it's very different, in a different category than, let's say, a nonprofit ran like the museum or the country club, where the golf course is.
And I understand, Director Legge. I think what's underscoring this whole discussion is, the History Museum, as we know, they rent that patio area for weddings. And so they're thinking of someone coming in and looking at the rate for that beautiful oak room compared to the rate for that beautiful patio with the lights. It's obvious that's where Dr. Ward is coming from, and I completely understand her point, and I hope this response from staff explaining why we're limited in how much we can charge makes sense, and I know she understands. And so unfortunately, it sounds like we are limited in how high we can make our rate, and hopefully you'll still get as many patrons and guests using your facilities as you have in the past. Councilmember Liang.
So the point I want to make is that nonprofits have access to so many other venues at a discounted rate. They do. So they can go to other cities. They have access to other areas and where they get discounted rates. Our residents can't go to other places and get discounted rates. In fact, they'll get higher rates. So I would like to, once again, ask my fellow council members and all of you to really look at the rental rates of our rooms and to either split the difference in which the residents as well as the nonprofits can be the same. So for an example, I said that the Los Altos Community Center, for example, and it was when we built the community center, our residents talked about how hard it was for them to find rooms to rent and venues to rent. So I'm going to use, for example, this Los Altos Community Center, the Apricot, Manzanita, Birch rooms that our residents rate is $80 an hour. The nonprofit rate is $40. We should just say $60 for nonprofit and residents. And, I think it'll be fair for everyone in our community. So I'd like to look at how we can do that for the recreation rooms in our city.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Liang. I want to do, it's late. I am also going to propose for the vehicle impound fee that we keep it as $237. This is something we look at annually. So if next year, we determine, we want to increase it, we have that opportunity. So there are two separate proposals being made by myself and Councilmember Liang. If I heard Councilmember Liang correctly, she's proposing that for the recreation rooms, and unless there's a legal reason or other reason why we can't do this as a policy decision, Councilmember Lee Eng is saying we should have the resident rate and the nonprofit rate be the same for the recreational rooms, as opposed to having the residents pay a little bit more depending on the recreation room than a nonprofit. And so I'm going to start with you, Councilmember Meadows. There are 2 adjustments being proposed to the fee schedule.
I'm okay with the impound fee. I have a different perspective on the nonprofit rates. For one thing, as Mr. Maginot said, or as Director Legge said, this has been our rate structure for years. I've been very active in the nonprofit sector. It is very hard. These are not people who are not our residents. These are people who are residents who are wearing their nonprofit hats. And as a nonprofit board president and vice president for 4 years, finding meeting space was very difficult. And I'm a resident, but I was wearing my board nonprofit hat. The board is largely composed of Los Altos residents. And so it's a distinction that's actually not really the same. You're right, there are some banks that actually give their rooms for free, but generally you have to be a customer there to be eligible for those rooms. It's actually very hard for nonprofits to find good meeting space. So I think, especially since we have a precedence for this is the type of structure, I would want to see more research to justify why we would make that change. So I wouldn't support making that change right now without further comparative information.
Thanks, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I largely agree with Councilmember Meadows. Quite frankly, I trust that staff has done the research, they've done the work. They're basing numbers off of the 2019 cost allocation and fee analysis. The proposed fees for the recreation centers sound like they're in alignment with what our neighbors are asking. Quite frankly, I don't think this type of micromanagement is really all that useful. I think we should just go with staff. They're the experts here. I have no problem with what they have proposed in terms of fees. I think that Dr. Ward brought up a very good point, and I think that it is appropriate for us as time goes on to see if the History Museum's revenue has been negatively impacted by the community center and what can be done to sort of to address that. If our residents are being charged too much or the nonprofits are being charged too little, I think that will be borne out over the next 8 months before we get our new fee schedule. I think it's a long way of my saying I trust staff's judgment and I'm in favor of just adopting the resolution as is.
So you're also okay with increasing the impound fee to $313.50?
So it's not a question of am I okay with it? I trust that staff did the analysis based on what's needed to cover the city's costs. I don't like the, I mean, there are a lot of things that didn't make sense to me and I put them in my questions to staff before the meeting, but I thought that the answers that staff gave were reasonable. And again, I just don't want to micromanage. I think that we should get something, especially when it comes to a community center, where we really don't know. Let's get something in place. Let's see how it works. I think what staff proposes is reasonable. Or if it's not a guess, it's based on hard figures that are meant to recover our costs.
Thanks, Councilmember Weinberg. Vice Mayor, do you want to weigh in here?
She has sent a comment.
Go ahead, City Clerk.
Okay. It says, I support altering the nonprofit cost for renting rooms to be 75% of the resident rate. The cost is still nominal. I support keeping impound fee. I don't understand why we have reduced the rate for responding to DUI accidents. That should continue as before unless there is some other reason. The end.
Thank you. Staff, could you respond to, I think the DUI question, this is the first time that one is being raised.
Sure, and again, I apologize. I can't give you all of the analysis that went into the DUI response proposed fee. Simply that is what was proposed in 2019 was to lower it down a little bit. And so the proposed fee is based on that analysis.
Okay. So I'll weigh in. This is not a perfunctory exercise where, the fee schedule comes to us. Normally you do the allocation study and we do have discretion here that we can consider other things and say to staff, for different reasons, we think you should increase this fee or reduce this fee. Definitely respecting and appreciate the work they have done. And so based on, and as I said, I communicated with Chief Galea on the impound vehicle fee, because it was a big issue, especially when I saw what other cities were charging. And so coming in, I was prepared to propose, and I did, keeping the rate the way it is, especially when you compare it to other cities. I am fine approving the fee schedule the way it is. Councilmember Liang, I understand about the resident rate and making it the same as the nonprofit. But I'm also fine, approving the fee schedule and deferring to staff on this. But I do want everybody to understand that we actually have that discretionary authority to direct otherwise. We're not tied to these rates as long as they're legally justified based on the resources and work that goes into it. So I just want to make sure everybody understood that. So if someone wants to make a motion, I don't think there's support. Councilmember Lee, and go ahead.
I'll be glad to make the motion as put forth by Vice Mayor Inander's proposal. I think that was fair. I just think that having that much of a differential between nonprofit and resident was too much for me. And so I liked her suggestion, so I'm willing to adopt that. And that's also includes.
Councilmember Lee, go ahead and make the motion. And to highlight that point too, we're not increasing the nonprofit rate, are we? Because
no, we're reducing the residential rate. Correct. And you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so we're reducing the residential rate to 25% more than what the nonprofit rates are. And then also we are keeping the impound fee the same and retaining the DUI amount as we had prior and not eliminating that. Was that correct, Vice Mayor? Was your point with the DUI?
I'll defer to the chief on that one.
The chief is with us, and on the DUI, I noted that as well, and it was the interesting direction. And so, Councilmember Liang, if you're looking for support, I can definitely support the first two things you proposed.
Okay, I'll just keep it at the first two. Didn't we have Captain McCrossan on? Maybe he could answer.
That was for the park, the dog.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the motion will only include the first two items then.
Okay, and then Councilmember Meadows, you have your hand raised. Did you want to second the motion or you have a comment?
I have a comment/question. I really wonder about the consequences of us lowering the resident rates without at least hearing from Mr. Maginot or Mr. England what that does to our, that could have a significant impact on our potential revenues there.
So Councilmember Meadows, if I can try and answer this, one of the reasons I think council's kind of struggling with how we move forward is we're having a policy discussion right now, kind of live from the dais, about do we want to subsidize certain groups of users or charge a premium for other groups of users, and these are perfect policy questions to have. We haven't adopted a fee schedule in 4 years, I guess. So what I'm saying is we haven't gotten direction from this council. So what we're doing is we're taking the direction of a previous council and continuing that forward. If this council would like to look at subsidizing rates, reducing fees, staff is happy to do that research and bring it back. We'd prefer to have that in the context of a kind of a holistic policy discussion of what council is trying to achieve, as opposed to changing certain rates during adoption from the dais. So the mayor is correct. Council has total discretion, and I think we're starting to get policy direction on this. So it sounds like maybe we do want a little bit different direction than what we have, but it's going to be hard to determine that direction tonight without kind of having the full discussion of what council's trying to achieve, the goals, and then allowing staff to come back with that.
So if I'm hearing Mr. England, he's recommending that we not move forward with this motion and adopt the fee schedule as proposed, and then maybe at a future discussion, have this more policy in-depth discussion. And so based on Mr. England's comments, Councilmember Liang, I was prepared to second your motion, but I won't, not because I don't support it, but I think I'm going to defer to what the city manager said about the timing and what would be a better approach.
Actually, that's not what I heard. I think his concern was how we subsidize nonprofits.
And that's a much longer discussion. So I'm not,
Right.
yeah.
For clarity, the best practice and what we're recommending is to do this annually. So if council direction changes, if fees change, it won't be so dramatic. For tonight, we're almost at mid-year, so we could adopt the fees as they are. We could also adopt a lower rate if council is more comfortable with that, because we will be coming back. And in between now and when the budget's adopted, I'm just saying we would need to have that full policy discussion. So tonight, what we mostly want is to have council start the practice of adopting fees annually and reviewing their directions and their goals for recreation programs and user fees.
So my quick question is then, can we adopt it for a start for a quarter and then have it come back to us? Because then we're going to have the budget come back to us as well.
Our
Because
preference would be to do it as part of the normal budget process.
We're going to get it as part of the annual process now, as it should have been. But Mr. England, I'm still not clear if you have answered Councilmember Meadows' question, because if, you know.
I'm sorry, Mayor, that's a good point. You're correct. We wouldn't be able tonight to tell you what the impacts are, just because we wouldn't know what all the changes, all the different categories are live. So we wouldn't be able to respond to that. And I apologize, you're correct. I didn't address that.
So thank you. And so based on Mr. England responding to Councilmember Meadows' point that they really would not be able to tell us what, if any, impact these changes we're suggesting would have, my preference is to wait until when we're actually doing this as part of the annual cycle, Councilmember Liang, to have this policy discussion. And so hopefully the staff will be able to then delve more into the impact. Councilmember Weinberg.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
I move that the council adopt resolution number 2021-54, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos setting certain fees and charges to be collected in fiscal year 2021/22 without amendment.
So motion by Councilmember Weinberg to approve and adopt the proposed fee schedule. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Meadows. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nander,
Yes.
yes. Councilmember Liang,
yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
and Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. And as I mentioned earlier, we're continuing items 7 and 8 to the next council regular meeting. And so we'll move on. Informational items, we have none for this evening's agenda. So we'll.
Mayor, I motion to continue those items.
Pardon me?
I think we need a motion to continue those items, don't we?
So no, because as part of, remember at 9 o'clock, I can determine if we're going to continue an item without a motion.
Oh, okay, so sorry.
No problem. If it was a public hearing or something that's more procedural, then we need a formal motion. So then council staff reports directions on future agenda item. It's 12:23. Do we have Councilmember Weinberg? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I propose that the council put on its agenda the formation of a subcommittee to investigate and explore options to build a new police station.
Okay, so we have a proposal by Councilmember Weinberg. I think this would require 3 votes because this will require, so let me clarify. So this is just to get it on the agenda to see if there's interest in
Correct, and I don't think that's staff would be needed for that. Councilmember Meadows and I have Brown acted on this. I think that we could put together, 3 or 4 paragraphs maybe to be included, and then the council can punt it around at the next meeting.
Okay, so we have 2 council members, so that will go on the list. Thank you.
Actually, I would support that motion. So if we need any
it's not a motion.
I mean, I would support that discussion item. So if there would be staff work that's needed, I would support that motion.
Okay, so we do have 3, and so now it's up to Mr. England to see if he can support this agenda item with any staff report and information. So we have 3, so we'll put it on the list.
Certainly, Mayor, we would be able to.
Okay, who would like to go next? And you don't have to give a report, but any requests for future agenda items or, and I know the vice mayor had made the point earlier, which is we should make sure we there she is, agendize, and I think we all support it, to get it on every agenda if necessary, so we get something passed by the end of the year. Okay, so thank you. So that's definitely on the list. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Okay, I have several future agenda items that I'd like to raise. We talked about, tonight we talked about SB 9 and having a resolution. I'd like to make sure that we talk about SB 10 to have that discussion, to have a resolution to opt out of SB 10. I'd like that. So the other thing I'd also like is, previously I talked about empathy training. I would like to once again bring that forward. I think it's important that since we had racial bias training, that was a good first step. But I think we should continue to have empathy training because it's important to have compassion and the ability to listen and understand each other. And as leaders in the community, we can help bring a very diverse community together. So I've identified someone from Stanford who I believe is very good. And when we have that discussion, I'd be glad to share more information about that. The other thing is I'd like to have the, how would I phrase this? The schools committees. I'd like to have them be on the agenda because if we have an item to bring forward that we would like to suggest that when you meet with the schools committee, we would like you to consider having that discussion with them. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do, and I can tell you before the end of the calendar year, we have a meeting scheduled with CUSD for the 19th. I don't think we need to agendize this, Councilmember Lee Eng, but if there are things that you think you wanted to add to that, I would suggest bringing it up at the next meeting so that we can get it on the agenda. So we will do a better job, not that we have many meetings left before the end of the year, communicating upcoming meetings.
So wait, when are you meeting with them? When you're meeting with Cupertino when?
The 19th, November 19th.
Oh, November 19th. So if we want you to discuss something with Cupertino, how would I do that? We have a meeting next week on the 2nd. So maybe when we do our,
I think the meeting on the 9th is sufficient time.
oh, okay, okay. And then, so when is the meeting with Los Altos School District?
So we don't have any more meetings with LASD scheduled for the rest of the year. And as you know, the new mayor will create new subcommittees. And so that's something we could bring up again with the new committee members.
Okay, so on the 9th, I'll bring that up. And then the other thing I'd like to, either we direct staff or I'd like to add to our, for discussion, if we need to add for discussion, is some councils have closed captioning at the bottom of their meetings. And is there a way that we could get that? Because I think it'll be very helpful for me. So.
City manager or city clerk or Mr. Maginot? Do you know if Ring Central allows us to do that?
Mayor, we'd have to look at that. And we're happy to. We can do that and then just get a memo out to council.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Councilmember Liang?
No, that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, so on SB 10, which would require staff work, you would need 2 other council members to support putting this on the agenda. The empathy training, we already have that on our list, just so you know. It's just a matter of fitting it in, in light of all the other things that we're hearing. So you would need 2 council members to support putting a SB 10 discussion for a resolution on the agenda, because we would definitely need our attorneys and staff involved in that. So do we have support from other council members for a SB 10 resolution discussion?
Mayor, I have my hand raised and I have a question before I know if I can answer yes or no to that.
Okay.
Councilmember Liang, as I heard you describe it, you talked about a discussion for SB 10 or about SB 10, and then you continue to say, so we can opt out of it.
Well, sorry, the resolution to discuss whether we should we should discuss the resolution and then decide.
Right, okay.
Actually, I wouldn't need 2 if we have the discussion. I would just need 1 more.
No, because we would need the city attorney and staff to weigh in on that discussion. I wouldn't feel comfortable giving direction and taking positions without having the attorney and staff, the planning staff weigh in.
Okay, Jen, discussion, please.
So do we have support to put the SB 10 resolution discussion on our agenda? I can't see the vice mayor.
She does have a comment.
I have a question. Is the city attorney going to do a briefing on the land use laws for us that were passed, in which case we could potentially figure out whether you care to talk about that one?
Yes, actually, we've done one with staff yesterday, and we did one today, and it briefly mentioned SB 10. And yeah, so if this is going to, if it's coming back to the council, and if this has anything to do with joining some sort of opposition to SB 10, or it's
just a matter of whether or not we should do anything, but I think the timing is critical. So I think it's important for us to at least have that discussion.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, so I mean,
so city attorney, I actually think there is value, and I understand that you did a training yesterday. I think it would be valuable to do a training for council as well. Was the planning commission part of the training yesterday?
No, it was just staff, and then today we did the overview of SB 9 and what we needed to do, and so we can put together a memo on SB 10 And and then we can agendize it. I don't know if we'll have time for the second is a special meeting, correct?
Yes. So what
yeah, so we can figure out something. So look, we've got two people, we can put something together about SB 10. I really, we can get something, at least something out to staff and council, and then maybe have it at the next meeting. So
I definitely support. So what I am supporting, I just want to make sure I'm clear, is having an overview. So it's more of an educational piece on SB 10 versus what I think Councilmember Liang was proposing was a resolution. From that discussion and learning, we can then decide, where we go from there. But I'm definitely not supporting.
Okay, I would like to clarify. We can have but I'd like that discussion, but I'd like us to be, because if we learn about something at the information that's provided us, I still would like us to be able to take an action if we need to. So I don't want it to be narrow in the description of the agenda that we're just going to get information. That's not what I want.
Well, I don't know if you have support for what you want.
Well, I just want to make sure that if we decide that we would like to take an action, I'd like to keep it open, that we would be able to.
And I understand that the action would be learn about SB 9 options. And then my notes say you want to have some sort of discussion about opting out.
Yeah, if we would like to do that, we'd like to be able to do so.
There's no opt out, it's an opt in.
So,
okay, I just want to make sure.
The educational piece is very important. I support it. It could be in a legal memo, a study session, or a special presentation. But City Attorney, it is clear from this discussion that as council, we need to learn more about SB 10. And I think the community will appreciate it.
And we need to know opt-in or opt-out. Yes, that's what I was confused about, is the opt-out.
I do have a comment from Vice Mayor Neander.
Okay, go ahead.
She says we don't have to opt out of SB 10.
Okay. You're the legislative committee, but I think just wanted to be sure.
Education piece, very important. So let's plan on that, City Attorney. And I'll just do one quick report out on behalf of myself and the Vice Mayor. Supervisor Simidian, he started these multi-jurisdictional meetings related to development at Stanford, the general use permit process that Stanford goes through with the county. And there's another meeting being scheduled. The Vice Mayor and I participated in the last one. And so we will continue to participate in these meetings with Supervisor Simidian and other representatives in San Mateo and Santa Clara County, and we'll report back to the council. That's the only report I have. I don't have anything else. Let me check in with Mr. England to see if he has anything for us.
I am good, Mayor. Nothing to report.
Great. So thank you. And so with that, thank you, City.
Mayor Fliger, I have a comment from Vice Mayor Neander.
Go ahead.
She said she'd like to thank you to the staff, especially our City Clerk, Andrea Shalamangos, to my colleagues and to our residents for accommodating my alternative way of participating in tonight's meeting. And thank you for your good wishes. Hopefully I'll be able to talk almost normally again in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, great way to end the evening. Good night, everybody. Adjourned at 12:37 a.m.
Good night. Thank you.
Night.